Su opened his eyes. Darkness stretched in every direction, the forest swallowed by night. Only a thin thread of moonlight slipped through the branches, barely lighting the world in a cold, pale glow. The wind howled. Snowflakes, blown hard like tiny blades, slapped against Su face. The sting was sharp, almost enough to make his skin burn. Around him, the forest was silent, so silent that even the smallest sound felt wrong. Occasionally, a tree branch snapped under the weight of snow. Click, that sound echoed in the darkness like a warning. The freezing wind rushed into his lungs and the terrible cold slowly cleared his head. Su blinked, breathing heavily, his mind still sluggish. He looked around at the unfamiliar woods, completely lost. Just a moment ago, he had been in the middle of scorching summer, sitting comfortably, drinking ice-cold beer. And now, he was standing in a frozen, snow-covered forest as if someone had ripped him out of his world and thrown him into a nightmare. This is where? Su muttered, voice shaking. His breath came out as white mist. The cold was so deep it felt like it was trying to freeze his blood. Then tat, 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 footsteps, heavy, dull footsteps broke the silence. Su's heart jumped. The confusion in his mind instantly disappeared, replaced by pure instinct. He turned his head toward the sound. Under the faint moonlight, he finally saw what was coming. A massive black bear, bigger than any bear he had ever seen up close. Its body was thick and muscular, its paws wide like fans, its shoulders moving like a rolling mountain as it stepped forward, and its eyes, they weren't just hostile. They were hungry. It was looking at Su the way a predator looks at meat. Su didn't even think. He turned around and ran. His boots crushed snow as he sprinted, panic exploding in his chest. Anger mixed into the fear because none of this made sense. One second he was living his normal life, the next he was about to die in a snowfield. But the bear was faster, much faster. Before Su could take more than a few steps, he felt it. A violent gust behind him, the air splitting as something huge moved. His body reacted before his mind did. He turned back and his blood ran cold. The bear was already behind him. Its giant paw rose into the air, shadowing his vision like a falling wall. The claws gleamed faintly under the moon. That slap, if it landed, his skull would shatter like glass. Su tried to move, tried to dodge. But it was too fast. The paw came down with a scream of wind, slicing the air so hard it made his face ache. His eyes widened. I'm dead. Then shua, a flash of cold light cut through the darkness. The bear's paw was severed cleanly at the root. Blood sprayed out in a violent burst, splattering Su's face and clothes, warm for only a second before the cold air stole its heat. Su froze in shock. The paw fell into the snow with a heavy thud, and the weapon that did it, an axe. It spun through the air like a deadly wheel, still rotating after the strike until it slammed into a thick tree trunk. Thunk, the blade buried itself deep, shaking the bark. Hoarrr, the black bear screamed, its roar shaking the entire forest. It staggered backward, blood pouring from the stump, its rage turning into madness. Through the falling snow, a figure stepped forward, long dark red hair, a pale, tired face, a faint scar on the left side of his forehead. He wore a dark blue checkered heiari, simple and worn, and hanging from his ears were a pair of Hanafuda earrings that swayed slightly in the wind. His eyes were calm, too calm. He glanced at the wounded bear, then looked directly at Su. Are you all right? He asked. His voice was steady, warm, almost comforting, even in this terrifying scene. Su stared blankly, still struggling to breathe. That face, that hair, those earrings, he felt like he had seen him before, somewhere deep in his memory. Not in real life, but in something else. Anime, a character, a protagonist, demon slayer. Tanjiro, Su whispered without realizing it. Before Su could think further, the bear roared again. Even with one paw missing, it charged at the red-haired man like a mad beast, snow flying behind it as its huge body slammed forward. Su's heart squeezed. That man was thin compared to the bear. If he got hit, he would be crushed. But the red-haired man didn't move back, he didn't panic. He simply raised his hand. Then he slapped the bear, just one strike. It looked light, almost harmless. But the moment his palm connected, crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. The bear's entire body lifted off the ground. It flew backward through the snow like it had been hit by a cannon, crashing hard into the ground dozens of feet away. Su stood there speechless, staring. His mind couldn't process what he had just seen. That wasn't normal, that wasn't human, but Su didn't have time to be shocked for long. The black bear was still alive. Barely, it twitched in the snow, trying to rise again. Su clenched his teeth and ran forward. He pulled the axe from the tree with effort, gripping the handle tightly. His hands trembled, but his eyes were focused now. He wouldn't make the mistake of letting the enemy survive. Without hesitation, Su lifted the axe and brought it down, one clean chop. The bear's head separated from its body. The forest fell silent again, only Su heavy breathing remained. Then something strange happened. A faint white light drifted out of the bear's corpse like smoke, like a floating thread of energy, and it moved towards Su. It entered his body. At the same moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded beside his ear. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have killed a black bear and obtained 0-1 attribute points." Su body stiffened, his heart stopped for half a second. "What?" he whispered, and then, as if the world itself was answering him, a glowing panel appeared inside his mind. A status screen, a system. Su eyes widened. Only now did he truly understand. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't an accident. He had really come to another world, and whatever was waiting ahead had already begun. Name: Su Physique 08 Normal Adult 10 Dexterity 09 Normal Adult 1 Strength 08 Normal Adult 1 Spirit 12 Normal Adult 1 Attribute Points Available 01. The moment the cold mechanical voice faded, a strange panel appeared in Su mind like an invisible screen. He froze for a second, then his eyes widened in disbelief. A system? His heartbeat sped up. Excitement surged in his chest like fire, but it didn't last long. Because when Su carefully read his own stats, his expression stiffened. Physique 08, Strength 08, Dexterity 09, he looked like a walking weakling in numbers. But after thinking about it, Su wasn't shocked. He had always been the type who stayed up late, hardly exercised, and lived in a half-healthy, half-rotten state. In that case, being below average in physique and strength was almost normal. His gaze quickly locked onto the last line. Attribute points available, 01. That tiny number made his eyes shine. Su couldn't help recalling what happened earlier. When he chopped off the black bear's head with the axe, a faint white light had risen from the corpse and entered his body. So this attribute point must be connected to that. After a moment of focus, Su quickly realized something important. These points could be freely assigned. He hesitated, but the memory of the bear's claw slamming down toward his face instantly returned like a nightmare. If he had been a little faster, even just a little, he wouldn't have almost died. Su didn't think twice anymore. He directly chose add 01 to dexterity. The moment he confirmed it, a burning heat suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It spread like a thin flame, then turned into warm currents rushing through his limbs, flowing across his entire body like hot water. The feeling came fast and left just as quickly. In only a few breaths, everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But Su could clearly feel it. His body was lighter, his legs felt more responsive. Even the way his feet pressed into the snow felt different. He immediately looked back into the panel. Name: Su Physique 08 Normal Adult 10 Dexterity 1 Normal Adult 1 0 Strength 08 Normal Adult 1 Spirit 12 Normal Adult 1 Attribute Points Available 0. Su stared at the updated numbers. His mouth slowly curved upward. So it's real. Just as his mind was spinning with excitement, Sir, a calm voice called him. Su snapped out of it and raised his head. It was the man who had just saved his life. Su took a deep breath and bowed slightly. "Thank you for saving me just now. If you hadn't helped, I probably would have died." Even now, thinking about the bear's paw nearly crushing his skull made his back turn cold. The man shook his head lightly, expression gentle. "It's nothing." Then he looked at Su with some confusion. "But why are you in the mountains so late? It's extremely dangerous at night." Su paused. He couldn't exactly say. "I was drinking beer in my world and suddenly teleported here." So after hesitating for a second, he forced out an answer. "I got lost." The man stared at him quietly for a moment. Clearly, he didn't fully believe it. But he didn't press further. Everyone had secrets, and in this world, people who wandered the mountains at night usually carried stories they couldn't tell. Sumyu gathered his thoughts and looked at him carefully. Up close, that familiar feeling only grew stronger. The scar, the hair, the calm eyes. It was exactly like someone he had seen before in an anime. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "By the way, what's your name?" The man smiled slightly. "My name is Kamado Tanjuro, you can just call me Tanjuro." Sumyu's mind exploded. Kamado Tanjuro. That name hit him like thunder, so it wasn't his imagination. He hadn't just come to some random, snowy mountain. He had come to the world of Demon Slayer. Sumyu's throat went dry, because Kamado Tanjuro wasn't an ordinary person. He was Tanjiro's father. The man who carried a hidden legacy and would die early, leaving behind only memories and regrets. Sumyu forced himself to stay calm. He bent down, pulled the axe from the snow, and handed it back with both hands. "Here, your axe, and thank you again. If you hadn't acted in time, I wouldn't be standing here." Tanjiro accepted it and nodded, then he glanced toward the dark forest where the wind still howled. "It's too late, staying alone in the mountains is dangerous." Sumyu fell silent. Where could he even go? This world was unfamiliar, freezing, and filled with things worse than bears. Seeing his hesitation, Tanjiro paused, then spoke again. "If you don't mind, come to my house for the night." Sumyu scratched his head awkwardly. I'll be troubling you." Tanjiro smiled softly. "It's fine. Follow me." In the end, Sumyu followed Kamado Tanjiro back to his home, but on the way Sumyu fell. Once, twice, then again. Every time he tried to walk normally, his body moved faster than his mind expected. His steps were lighter, his balance different, like his legs didn't belong to him anymore. After falling in the snow again, Sumyu finally understood. So increasing attributes doesn't mean instant mastery. It gave him better physical ability, yes, but his body still needed time to adapt. Sumyu clenched his fists, snow sticking to his sleeves, his eyes becoming sharper. In this world, even getting stronger has a price, and this was only the beginning.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The houses standing in the deep mountains are the same as those in the anime memory, and there is not much difference. Sumyu followed Kamado Tanjuro into the courtyard of the room. "I'll put the bear carcass in the kitchen first, and you go into the room first." Kamado Tanjuro pointed to the corpse of the black bear he was carrying and opened his mouth. "Good." Sumyu nodded and watched Kamado Tanjuro drag the black bear's body into a nearby hut and waited until Tanjiro's figure completely disappeared before Sumyu opened the door of the room. The children should have gone to bed, but there was no sign of the children. The room was not luxurious, even a little shabby, but it was cleaned very cleanly, which showed the diligence of the hostess. The room is very warm, the coal stove is burning quietly, and the temperature brought by the burning of the firewood seems to dispel the biting cold outside at once. Small living room. A woman was standing by a coal stove, quietly burning firewood, waiting for her man to come back. Come to think of it, this woman is Kamado Tanjiro's wife, Kamado Nezuko's mother, Kamado Ijai. The sound of the door being pushed open alarmed Kamado Ijai, who was guarding the coal stove. The woman turned her head with some joy. What he saw was not Kamado Tanjuro, but a strange man. In the middle of the night, when a strange man appeared, Kamado Kuiji couldn't help but step back, clutching his chest, looking timidly at Sumyu, who suddenly appeared. Sumyu's eyes also fell on Kamado Kuiji. The woman was probably in her 20s, and she was wearing a purple city pine coat and a white long dress with a square neckline. The clothes were a bit too big, but even so, it was difficult to conceal the woman's slender figure. Because the woman hugged her chest with both hands, the loose clothes looked high and bulged, as if the clothes were about to be torn apart at any time. The other party has a pair of big purple eyes. When the eyes are slightly closed, the long eyelashes are flickering. There is a mole on the corner of the mouth. Every move gives people an inexplicable style. Her long black hair was tied into a low bun and she wore a white scarf. The dim light in the room was flickering, making the woman's pretty face more and more obvious, giving her a feeling of beauty under the lamp. This made Su Mu's heart skip a beat, feeling that the woman in front of her had a very fatal attraction. "Who are you?" Kamado Ijai backed away vigilantly while opening her mouth. "My name is Su Mu, I'm with brother Tanjuro. Tanjuro is in the kitchen right now, I'll be here later," Su Mu explained but couldn't help looking at Kamado Kyuiji. Hearing Su Mu's explanation, Kamado Kyuiji heaved a sigh of relief and let go of his arms holding his chest. As Kamado Aoi put down her hands, the white collared gown on her chest swayed slightly. "So it's a guest." Kamado Kyuiji also lowered his vigilance and at the same time lowered his head slightly, saying with a bit of embarrassment, "I'm sorry, just now I almost regarded Mr. as a bad guy." "It's nothing. It's normal to be more vigilant when you are alone at home." Su Mu smiled. "Please sit down, I'll pour you a cup of hot tea." Kamado Kyuiji moved a bench over and at the same time called Su Mu to warm up by the coal stove. "It's cold outside but it's warm here. Good." Su Mu nodded and then sat by the coal stove. Soon, Kamado Kyuiji brought a cup of hot tea and handed it over. "Drink some tea to warm up your body," the woman said softly with an indescribable tenderness in her voice. "Thanks." Su Mu unconsciously glanced at Kamado Kyuiji's white-collared gown. Even if it was too abrupt, it couldn't hide its beauty no matter how tightly it was wrapped. Kamado Kyuiji was obviously not used to being in contact with strange men. She lowered her head slightly and quickly left the coal stove, standing not far away. At this time the door opened again. It was Kamado Tanjuro who was handling the black bear's corpse who came in. Kamado Aoi stepped forward quickly, skillfully patting the snow that fell on Kamado Tanjuro's body, and at the same time put the coat hanging on the wall on Tanjuro's shoulders. Su Mu, who was warming up by the coal stove, saw this scene and couldn't help saying with a bit of envy, "Mr. Tanjuro, you really have a good wife." "Mr. Tanjuro really has a good wife," Su Mu couldn't help but enviously said. He really praised her sincerely. Whether it was the clean room, the burning charcoal fire, or the actions of Kamado Kyuiji just now, it undoubtedly showed that this is a very virtuous, hardworking, and gentle wife. What's more, such a woman is so beautiful. It is indeed enviable. Ha ha. Hearing that Su Mu praised his wife, Kamado Tanjuro was also very happy. While walking to the coal stove to warm up with Su Mu, he asked with some doubts, "Mr. hasn't married a wife yet?" In Kamado Tanjuro's view, Su Mu's age is actually not too young. At this age, he should have been the same as him, the father of several children. "Not yet." Su Mu couldn't help shaking his head. "If I have time, I'll ask Kyuijai to introduce one to you." Kamado Tanjuro also smiled and at the same time turned around and said to Kamado Ijai, "You clean up the house next to it and Lord Mu will spend the night here today." Kamado Ijai held the hair around her ears with her hands, then bent down and stepped back. "Mr. Tanjuro, I'm sorry to bother you," Su Mu said with a bit of embarrassment. "What's the trouble? I'm still worried that the house is shabby and Mr. Mu is not used to it," Tanjuro said without paying attention. How come, Mr. Tanjuro let me rest here? I am very grateful." In the living room, Su Mu is chatting with Kamado Tanjuro, but Kamado Ai has already started to make up the bed skillfully. While making the bed, Kamado Ai was thinking about the conversation between Tanjuro and Su Mu just now. "Why aren't you married yet?" Kamado Ai frowned slightly. From Kamado Ijai's point of view, the other party is still very good looking and he is still 18 meters tall, which is not common here. Moreover, the facial features are also very good and the skin is clean. Judging by the clothes, the family background should be good. It also looks very handsome. Such a boy who is not married obviously made Kamado Ijai somewhat incomprehensible. Just now, when the other party entered the door, the oppressive feeling brought by that height and the good-looking face made her heart pound. Kamado Kyuiji felt that if he was younger, he might also have a good impression of such a boy. After all, being with a boy of this height still feels very safe. It's a pity that the other party is already very big. If the daughter Nezuko is older and the other party is younger, Kamado Izuju, it would be good to introduce her daughter Nezuko to the other party. As for now, Nezuko is always someone who wants to call the other party uncle. The age difference is too big, it is not appropriate in any way. Thinking of Tanjiro's tall and strong appearance and Tanjiro's thin and yellow skin, Kamado Ai sighed slightly inwardly. After tidying up the bed, Kamado Kyuiji also came out, stood at the door, put his hands under his lower abdomen, lowered his head slightly, his black hair covered the woman's delicate face and bowed slightly. The bed has been made. Hearing what Kamado Ijai said, Kamado Tanjuro also said, "Mu-kun, it's getting late, you should go to bed earlier." "Okay." Su-mu nodded and thanked again. "I really appreciate Mr. Tanjuro. It's nothing, let's not talk about it." Kamado Tanjuro shook his head. Came to the room that Kamado Kyuiji had tidied up, lying on the bed, smelling the fragrance still left on the bedding. Su-mu couldn't fall asleep no matter what. All that swayed in his mind was Kamado Ijai's slender figure. If I remember correctly, it won't be long before Kamado Tanjuro will die and Kamado Ai will. That time on, I'm thinking about something, rest quickly, rest quickly. The thoughts that kept appearing in her mind made Su-mu take a deep breath and forcibly dispel all kinds of thoughts that appeared in her mind. The warm sunshine in the morning shines through the mist rising from the mountains and forests, reflecting on the ground covered with white snowflakes, adding a touch of haze to the scenery of the deep mountains. On such a morning, Su-mu rubbed her eye sockets and stretched a little tiredly. There were too many things on my mind yesterday and I didn't sleep well. "Oni-chan, watch Snowball." The girl's crisp voice came through the window, carrying the lively breath of a young girl. Su-mu couldn't help but push open the window. In a courtyard full of snowflakes, a petite girl bent slightly, picked up a large handful of snow, kneaded it into a big snowball and threw it at a boy not far away. It's just a pity that the girl's aim was not very good and she didn't hit the target. This made the girl puff up her mouth slightly. Looking at the other person's face, Su-mu recognized the girl as Nezuko at a glance. The girl was wearing a pink kimono, her long black hair was loose and her beautiful face was soft and delicate. Maybe it's because of the exercise, her little face is flushed, and when she breathes occasionally, her beautiful eyelashes will vibrate slightly with her breathing, very cute. As for the boy who had a snowball fight with Nezuko, it was Nezuko's big brother, Kamado Tanjuro, who had the same dark red hair as Kamado Tanjuro and had a shallow scar on his left forehead. Seeming to be aware of being watched, Nezuko couldn't help turning his head and saw Su-mu along the window. As for the person in the window, Nezuko heard from his mother in the morning that it was the guest brought home by his father Tanjuro last night. "Good morning, uncle," Nezuko exclaimed sweetly with two dimples showing on his cheeks. The girl's voice was soft, cute, with a waxy sound. It was as cute as an angel and it was so soft that it almost melted the heart. This made Su-mu couldn't help sighing. It really deserves to be Nezuko. "Good morning." Su-mu also spoke with a smile. Su-mu put on his clothes and opened the door. The cold morning wind blew on his body, making him shiver involuntarily. It took a while for Su-mu to adapt to the cold weather outside. At this moment in the courtyard, Nezuko is still having a snowball fight with his big brother Tanjiro, but Nezuko's aim doesn't seem to be very good and he always misses Tanjiro, which makes Nezuko pout and look annoyed. Looking at the innocent Nezuko at this moment, Su-mu couldn't help but sigh slightly, remembering that after the death of his father Kamado Tanjuro in the anime, when Nezuko's family lost the pillar and fell into a difficult situation, the innocent girl quickly began to change. Sensible, he assumed the responsibility of taking care of his younger siblings early and helped the widowed mother share the housework, but he would not be as carefree as he is now. Snapped. A ball of snow was thrown by Tanjiro and it hit Nezuko, who was pouting upright, in the face. "Oops!" Nezuko let out a cry of pain and crouched down, holding his head involuntarily. Tanjiro was also taken aback and ran over in a hurry, looking at his sister who was squatting on the ground with tears in her eyes, at a loss, and could only apologize repeatedly. Su-mu also walked over. Perhaps because an outsider came over, Nezuko still stood up and shouted, "Hi, uncle." "Hello." Su-mu nodded to Nezuko and her eyes fell on Nezuko's small nose. At this moment the girl's nose was already red. Obviously it was hurt by the snowball thrown by Tanjiro just now. Does it hurt? Sumiu couldn't help asking with concern. It doesn't hurt very much. Nezuko shook his head, but his mouth was slightly closed and his little nose sucked in aggrieved. Although Sumiu knew that Nezuko was lying, there was nothing he could do. I'll give you a candy, eat this candy and it won't hurt anymore. Fumbled in the pocket and finally Sumiu took out a toffee from the pocket. These few candies were brought with me before. Really? Nezuko looked at the toffee in Sumiu's hand with some hesitation, and the beautiful eyes under the slender eyelashes were full of longing. Certainly. Sumiu nodded. Then can you give me two? The girl opened her mouth cautiously, and at the same time her big eyes unconsciously glanced at the man in front of her. She felt that the man in front of her was so tall, even taller than her father, which gave her a great sense of oppression. After hearing this, Sumiu fumbled in her pocket for a long time before finding another toffee. When I came to this world, I only carried 2 toffee on my body. For you. Sumiu handed 2 toffees to Nezuko. Nezuko took 2 toffees, then Nezuko put away one and handed another toffee. Uncle, I'll treat you to some candy too. Watching the girl accept one of the 2 toffees she gave her and then handed over another one, Sumiu couldn't help but smile. Actually, if you're like this, just accept one. Nezuko listened but shook his head vigorously. Uncle, this is different. I only accepted one and gave it to Uncle, but now I took one and gave Uncle another one. In this way, they were given to each other. Sumiu was slightly taken aback and it took him a long time to react. He stretched out his hand and slapped Nezuko on the head. Nezuko, you are really an arithmetic genius. Feeling the warmth of a big hand brushing against his head, Nezuko couldn't help tilting his head and looking at the man in front of him. Uncle, how do you know my name? The girl blinked her slender eyelashes with a hint of doubt. Uncle, how do you know my name? Nezuko raised his head, his beautiful eyes under the blinking lashes were full of doubts. I heard you shouting in the yard before, I heard it. Sumiu explained casually. Hearing Sumiu's words, Nezuko frowned unconsciously. Didn't big brother Tanjiro seem to call him by his name just now? And the younger siblings are still sleeping on the lazy bed and haven't gotten up yet. Could it be that I didn't hear when the big brother called my name? The girl thought subconsciously. Of course, these thoughts just flashed through Nezuko's mind and he didn't get too entangled. Sumiu knew her name. After all, it was just a name and it was nothing. Good uncle. But it was Kamado Tanjuro who was next to him and shouted respectfully. Just now, Tanjiro focused all his attention on his sister who was injured by his snowball. At this time, he noticed Sumiu who came over. Hello, Sumiu nodded with a smile and at the same time handed the toffee that Nezuko gave her to Tanjiro. This is for you. Thank you, uncle, Tanjiro shouted happily. Standing in the courtyard, looking at the carefree and happy Tanjiro brothers and sisters, thinking about the future experience of the brothers and sisters, Sumiu couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. She didn't expect to see the innocent youth of the brothers and sisters. In the anime, the experience of the brother and sister is quite rough. In the future, within a few years, Kamado Tanjiro will die early due to illness and lose the mainstay of the family. The entire Kamado family will be in trouble at once. The family is orphaned and widowed and life is in great difficulty. At this time, as the eldest son and eldest daughter, Tanjiro and Nezuko quickly became sensible. Tanjiro relied on inheriting the family's business of selling charcoal to maintain the family's livelihood, while the younger sister Nezuko helped take care of younger brothers and younger sisters and helped widow's mother share housework. With the concerted efforts of the family, although life is difficult, the family is still very happy when they are together. But soon, these happiness were completely destroyed by the arrival of evil spirits, accompanied by the smell of blood. Except for Kamado Tanjiro, who escaped being killed because he entered the town to sell charcoal, the Kamado family, whether it was the mother Kamado Kyuiji or the younger brothers Takeo, Shidru and Liutai, were all brutally killed by evil spirits. Even Nezuko, who was still alive, turned into a man-eating evil spirit. Thinking of what will happen to the family in the future, Sumiu can't help but sigh slightly. Da-da-da. There was a sound of crisp footsteps, but it was Kamado Kyuiji who was wearing an apron and came out of the kitchen. When he saw Su Mu standing in the yard, he couldn't help lowering his head slightly, putting his hands on his lower abdomen and covering most of his sides with his gentle-haired, delicate face. "Master Mu, good morning." The woman's voice was gentle. "Good morning, Mrs. Kuiji." Su Mu also nodded, but her eyes fell on Kamado Kuiji unconsciously. The clothes Kamado Ijai wears are not revealing. They are simple household clothes, but they cannot conceal the plump figure of the woman, and the skin that is slightly exposed outside is also fair, and the long and thick clothes wrap the slender legs strictly. Has the same long eyelashes as Nezuko. It can be seen that Nezuko has inherited the advantages of his mother very well. Not surprisingly, the future Nezuko will also turn out to be stunningly beautiful. The man brought back by Tanjuro stared at him, and Kamado Aoi couldn't help lowering his head even lower. From last night to today, the other party's eyes fell on her, making Kamado Ijai feel like being pricked by a needle. "I always feel that the other party's eyes are very oppressive, as if I can't wait to eat myself from the inside out." This made Kamado Ijai feel flustered, and also made Kamado Ijai feel a little afraid of the man in front of him. Seeing Kamado Kuiji's docile and timid look, Su Mu unconsciously felt a certain restlessness in her heart. "There is always a feeling in my heart that I want to bully each other." "Call!" Suppressing the strange emotions in his heart, Su Mu also raised his head. In the distance, under the sunshine of the early morning sun, Kamado Tanjuro was dragging a huge tree almost 2 or 3 stories high with one hand. "Walk over with a deep foot and a shallow foot." Bang, bang. When he arrived in the courtyard, Kamado Tanjuro put down the tree he was dragging. The tree fell to the ground and made a loud noise as if the ground was shaking. It's hard to imagine that the opponent's thin body can drag such a heavy thing. Thinking back to last night, it was this emaciated man who just slapped the black bear lightly, and the black bear, which looked like a beast, was slapped half to death by the other party's light palm, leaving only a dying breath. Who would have thought that such a thin body of the other party would burst out with such a powerful force? Kamado Tanjuro put down the tree dragged to burn charcoal and looked at Su Mu standing in the courtyard. Kamado Tanjuro couldn't help showing a smile on his calm face. "Master Mu, good morning." "Master Mu, good morning," Kamado Tanjuro greeted with a smile. Su Mu nodded, looking at the big tree that was easily put down by Kamado Tanjuro. His heart skipped a beat. This tree weighed at least 4,000 to 5,000 catties, but it was easily lifted by Kamado Tanjuro. Moreover, it seemed that the other party hadn't expended much effort. It can be imagined that the other party's strength was far more than that. If you use all your strength, you don't know how heavy you can lift it. Even if Kamado Tanjuro is not a swordsman, his true strength may not be small. However, he is not too surprised that Kamado Tanjuro has such a strong strength. After all, the Kamado family is the inheritor of Jai Goyuan's will, and the family has practiced the god of fire Kagura dance for generations. What's more, Kamado Tanjuro is the only ordinary person who has mastered the transparent world besides the Demon Slayer squad. And the so-called transparent world, it is the world that becomes transparent and visible in the mind. It is the highest realm that can only be reached after you have to work hard and endure pain. In this state, by concentrating and closing the redundant organs, the creature's body will look transparent. Whether it is its own action speed, the ability to predict and avoid attacks will be significantly improved, and it will even affect the lungs of the enemy. The vascular flow in the area can be clearly seen. Moreover, the contraction of one's own muscles can also grasp faster. If there is fighting energy, it can also freely close the body's fighting energy and can also perceive the opponent's actions. "Mr. Tanjuro just came back from cutting trees in the forest?" Su Mu asked with a smile. "Well, yes, to make some charcoal," Kamado Tanjuro smiled. "Breakfast is ready," Kamado Aoi, who was standing in the kitchen, spoke softly at this time. "Mu-jun, let's go eat together." Kamado Tanjuro also laughed. "That's really a big thank you to Tanjuro for your hospitality." In the living room, the food was already set on the table and the aroma of the food was lingering. Just by smelling it, one can tell that the breakfast is delicious. It can be seen that the cooking skills of Kamado Kuiji are also very good. Good cooking, beautiful and gentle. Thinking of this, Su couldn't help looking at Kamado Tanjuro. His complexion was yellow and thin, and there was an obvious scar on his left forehead which gave people a feeling of being ugly. It was unexpected that such an ugly person would embrace a beauty. "Where are Mrs. Kuiji and the child? Why don't you see them coming over for dinner?" Su sat down at the dining table, seeing only himself and Kamado Tanjuro, couldn't help asking. "The guests are here, how can we let a woman sit on the table?" Kamado Tanjuro said, his eyes could not help falling on Su. "It seems that Mr. Mew is not a local, right?" Su was slightly taken aback, probably knowing that this should be some kind of rule or custom. "I'm really not a local, I came from a faraway place and I encountered some things." Su randomly thought of a reason to explain. Kamado Tanjuro nodded, not intending to ask too deeply. At the dining table, the two chatted while eating. The more we talked, the more Kamado Tanjuro talked, the more he felt that Su was an extraordinary person and many of his insights and knowledge were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ahem. While chatting, Kamado Tanjuro's complexion suddenly turned pale and he coughed violently. Su hastily handed over a glass of water. Kamado Tanjuro took a sip and felt a little better, at the same time said with a bit of helplessness, "I don't know what's wrong recently, my body always feels a little powerless and there will always be no reason cough." Su just listened quietly, her eyes flickering slightly. Kamado Tanjuro didn't pay much attention, he just said to himself, "I also saw some doctors but the doctors didn't see anything." When talking about this, Kamado Tanjuro had a trace of unconcealable sadness on his brows because he always felt that his health seemed to be getting worse. This made Kamado Tanjuro feel uneasy and worried. "What worries me is my physical condition, and what worries me is my family. If something unexpected happened to him, what should the remaining family members do?" Kamado Tanjuro was indeed a little worried about his physical condition, but he was only a little worried and he didn't realize that he would die. Kamado Tanjuro simply thought that something happened to his body and he would be fine after a few days of recuperation. While drinking water, Su's eyes fell on Kamado Tanjuro, his eyes flickered slightly. If memory is good, Kamado Tanjuro will die in a short time. Judging from the time, it will probably not take a year or two. Now the entire Kamado family is basically supported by Kamado Tanjuro. If Kamado Tanjuro dies, the family will have a hard time. For a moment, Kamado Ijai's graceful figure and plump figure appeared in Su's mind. Taking a breath, Su suppressed all the thoughts that came up in his heart. At the same time, he raised his head, looked at Kamado Tanjuro and said with a smile, "I think Mr. Tanjuro's body is still very good. Such a heavy tree is easy to do. It can be dragged away if it is me. I am afraid that even a tree girl can't hold it. I think Mr. Tanjuro is in good health. You think too much." Hearing Su's words, Kamado Tanjuro also wiped away a ray of worry that rose in his heart. "Mukun said the same thing, I was thinking too much." After finishing speaking, Kamado Tanjuro seemed to have thought of something, so he couldn't help asking again, "I don't know what plans Mukun has next." "I'm going to visit the town." Su smiled, "That's just right, I'm also going to the town to sell charcoal. By the way, there is also the big black bear that Lord Mew killed yesterday. What is Lord Mew going to do with it?" Black bears are rare things, especially bear paws, but they are extremely valuable. Even if you sell a cart of charcoal, it may not match the price of a bear paw. Mr. Tanjuro was joking, "I didn't kill that big black bear. If Tanjiro didn't do it, I'm afraid I would lose my life. That black bear naturally belongs to Tanjiro." "Then thank you, Mew-jun." Kamado Tanjuro didn't refuse, he just said casually just now, "After all, such a black bear is worth a lot of money." After the meal, Kamado Tanjuro took out the family's ox cart, and with the family's farewell, the ox cart drove quickly to the town. Su was sitting on the bullock cart, and his eyes first fell on Kamado Tanjuro, who was driving the bullock cart. Looking at the face of Kamado Tanjuro, who had never been panting even though he was walking, he couldn't help but think in his eyes, "The other party looks like this. It seems that he has practiced the breathing method to a very high level. He is a character that is not easy to mess with. Even the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Musen, will not be able to please him." Kamado Kyuiji stood in front of the door, watched the figure of the bullock cart gradually go away and began to urge several children to enter the house. "Mom, tell me, will Uncle come over?" Nezuko looked up and asked. "How do I know that?" Kamado Ai shook his head. Sumiu was the guest that Tanjuro brought home last night, and he had never seen each other before, and he had never heard Tanjuro say that he had such a friend. Therefore, if Kamado Kyuiji wants to come, the other party should come to spend the night as a passerby. In the future, they should not meet each other, but these are not easy to tell children. It would be great if Uncle could come here often. Hearing what her mother said, Nezuko's beautiful eyes were a little disappointed. Kamado Ai couldn't help looking at her daughter, stretched out her hand and touched her head with some doubts. Why would Nezuko think so? Nezuko didn't answer her mother's words but took out a toffee from her pocket. Nezuko carefully opened the wrapping paper of the toffee, and a toffee block that was obviously half smaller appeared inside. Kamado Sunflower Branch's eyes unconsciously fell on the wrapping paper on the toffee, which has a pattern of a cow on it as if it is real. "Mom, try this." Nezuko raised his small hand and passed the toffee cube to Kamado Aoi's mouth. "The entrance of the toffee cubes is sweet, sweeter than any candy I have eaten. It is almost sweet to my heart. Kamado Sunflower Branch feels like I have never eaten such sweet candy." Closing her eyes unconsciously, her beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly. "That uncle gave it to me, gave me a piece and gave the big brother a piece. If that uncle comes back in the future, maybe he will bring us candies in the future." As he spoke, Nezuko had a look of anticipation in his eyes. After hearing this, Kamado Kyuiji couldn't help squatting down and tapping his daughter's head. "What a glutton." Then mother said, "Will Uncle come over?" Seeing the anticipation in her daughter's eyes, Kamado Aoi couldn't help scratching Nezuko's little nose, coaxing, "Of course, I will definitely see my lovely Nezuko. After all, someone as gentle as Uncle will definitely like a cute girl like Nezuko very much." When they arrived in the town, accompanied by Kamado Tanjuro, Sumiu came to a place similar to a pawn shop in the town, and pawned the watch he was wearing and got a lot of money. Originally, the owner of the pawn shop saw that Sumiu was a newcomer and wanted to make a fortune, but after seeing Kamado Tanjuro, he gave up this idea. The pawn boss is still aware of Kamado Tanjuro's force and dare not easily offend him. "If you have time, you can often come to my house as a guest." At the door of the inn, Kamado Tanjuro, who was about to leave, said to Sumiu, "Sure." Sumiu fully agreed and watched Kamado Tanjuro leave while he himself returned to the market in the small town. On the way back, Sumiu had 2 more chickens and 1 duck in her hands. In a slightly remote place, Sumiu also put down the bundled chickens and ducks after confirming that there was no one around. Taking out a small knife bought in the market from his arms, his eyes fell on the chickens and ducks on the ground, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. He clearly remembered that the last time he killed the black bear with an axe, there was a flash of white light from the black bear and fell on him, and then he gained 1 attribute points. Since you can get attribute points by killing black bears, what about killing chickens and ducks? Holding a knife in hand, Sumiu looked at the shivering chickens and ducks on the ground with full expectation. Crack! Without any hesitation, he raised the knife and fell, and soon, 2 chickens and 1 duck were killed by him. Accompanied by the beheading of the chicken and duck, 3 faint rays of light flashed across the chicken and duck's corpse. Then a cold, emotionless mechanical voice came from beside my ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 attribute points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 attribute points. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 attribute points." 3 voices rang in Sumiu's ears in succession, making Sumiu look slightly happy, but soon, her brows frowned unconsciously. Because the attribute points obtained by killing chickens and ducks are really too small, even only 1% of what they got from killing black bears. It seems that the acquisition of this attribute point is also related to the strength of the species killed. Sumiu couldn't help murmuring, in order to gain attribute points, Sumiu doesn't mind getting tired and killing more chickens and ducks. However, the price of the chicken and duck is still very expensive, and with the little money he has, he can't afford to spend it. Find a specialized slaughterhouse here. 5 days later, led by a butcher, Sumyu came to a farmer's house. Soon, a big fat pig was held down and the butcher handed a machete to Sumyu. Without any hesitation, Sumyu grabbed the machete and slashed at the pig's head. The pig was not killed by the first knife. The big fat pig struggled for a while, and then the person who pressed the pig made a fuss. "Call!" Sumyu took a deep breath, raised the knife and slashed again. Blood splashed, the huge pig's head fell, and at the same time an imperceptible white light flashed from the fat pig's body. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound came from Sumyu's ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 0.3 attribute points." Hearing the sound, Sumyu couldn't help showing a look of joy. Killing a pig can gain a lot more attribute points than killing a chicken and killing a duck. Basically, killing the 3 big fat pigs is almost equivalent to killing the big black bear back then. In the past few days, he originally wanted to find a slaughterhouse to slaughter livestock to obtain attribute points, but unfortunately there is no dedicated livestock farm. Helpless, Sumyu can only find butchers in the town and give these butchers some money afterwards. The butchers promised to come to him if there were animals to be slaughtered. These days, following the butcher in the town, slaughtering pigs, sheep, and occasionally a cow, the attribute points gained are slowly increasing. Name: Sumyu. Physique: 0.8. Physique of a normal adult is 1. Dexterity: 1. Normal adult dexterity is 1. Strength: 0.8. Normal adult strength is 1. Spirit: 1. 2. Normal adult spirit is 1. Attribute points earned: 0.4. Sumyu stared at the attribute panel that he had obtained with excitement in his eyes, and after a little hesitation he began to add points. Increased constitution from 0.8 to 1.0. Increased strength from 0.8 to 1.0, and after adding all the 0.4 attribute points he had obtained, Sumyu also felt a strong heat flow into all parts of his body, giving Sumyu a warm feeling of soaking in the hot spring. This feeling is extremely comfortable. Just immediately this feeling disappeared as if it had never appeared before. And as the heat flow disappeared, Sumyu also felt an indescribable vitality all over her body, and she felt refreshed all over her body. It turns out that this is the state of normal human health. After accumulating all the attributes of the body to the normal state, Sumyu obviously felt different from before. There is an indescribable energy all over him. It's just the beginning. Feeling the power surging in her body, Sumyu couldn't help murmuring. Right now, it is just the physical state of a normal person. Later, with the continuous acquisition of attribute points, one's physical fitness will definitely get better and better. Even breaking through the limits of the human body is not a problem and may even reach a higher level. Then, when the time comes, there will be no problem even if you face the evil spirits in this world. Thinking of this, Sumyu was filled with unspeakable excitement, wishing to find hundreds of pigs to kill right now. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in her heart, Sumyu finally calmed down. After saying goodbye to the butcher, Sumyu left with some clumsy steps. Along the way, Sumyu fell down several times in a row because he was not used to the strength he had just gained. However, as he kept walking, he gradually began to adapt. By the time he reached the small town, Sumyu had almost completely controlled his own power. When he arrived in the small town, Sumyu originally planned to go back to the inn to take a good rest, but when he saw the figure pulling the ox cart in the distance, he couldn't help but stop. As if sensing something, the man leading the ox cart couldn't help but raise his head. His eyes fell on Sumyu and his face couldn't help showing a bit of joy. "Mr. Mew, it's Tanjiro-san, long time no see." Sumyu also walked up quickly with a smile on her face. "Long time number, cough cough cough, see you." Kamado Tanjuro just started to cough halfway through his mouth. Sumyu also hurried forward. When he got closer, he realized that compared to the last time he saw him, Kamado Tanjuro's face was not only yellow and thin, but also pale. Not only that, but compared to last time, it seemed that the other party was even thinner. "Tanjiro, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Kamado Tanjuro's appearance, Sumyu couldn't help showing a worried look on his face. "Hey, I don't know what's wrong, I just feel that the strength of my body is getting worse day by day and my body is getting worse." Kamado Tanjuro couldn't help but sigh. These days he also visited many doctors and spent a lot of money, but his illness did not improve. When he said this, Kamado Tanjuro's complexion became even worse. Sumyu could only comfort him from the sidelines, and there was nothing he could do. He was not a doctor, and he knew that the other party would not live long. Kamado Tanjuro also knew that it was useless to tell Sumyu about it, so he just talked about it. Sumyu chatted with Kamado Tanjuro for a while and said that he would visit Tanjuro's house in a few days and then bid farewell to Kamado Tanjuro. Cough, cough, cough. Kamado Tanjuro sat on the bullock cart watching Sumyu leave with a wry smile on his face. I haven't seen him for a few days and my body is getting weaker and weaker, but I feel that Mu Jun's body is more energetic and healthier than the last time I saw him. Snow getting bigger. Sumyu was wearing thick clothes with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, walking on the mountain road. Today he is going to the Kamado family. To this end he also brought a lot of gifts. Walking on the road, Sumyu couldn't help but think of Kamado Kyuiji's graceful figure in his mind and couldn't help but feel a little rippling in his heart. At the foot of the mountain there was a house standing tall. At this moment there was an old man standing alone in front of the house. Seeing that Sumyu was still on his way, the old man couldn't help stretching out his hand and said, "Sir." Sumyu raised her head involuntarily and looked at the old man suspiciously. "Are you planning to go up the mountain at this time, sir?" As he spoke, the old man pointed to the sun that was about to set. He nodded. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help persuading, "It's very dangerous to go up the mountain at this time. You should spend the night with me at night." Sumyu is a little hesitant. "I called you to come and you came." As he spoke, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. "As night falls, ghosts will come out soon." Ghost. Sumyu's pupils could not help shrinking slightly. He naturally knew that there were ghosts in this world, and it was at this time that Sumyu remembered who the old man in front of him was. If he remembered correctly, he should be Tanjiro's grandpa Saburo. In the future, Tanjiro sells charcoal and goes home. It is the old man who lives here that there will be ghosts at night and it will be dangerous to drive at night. For the reason, Tanjiro was asked to stay at home for 1 night so that Tanjiro escaped the fate of being hunted by ghosts. However, although Tanjiro escaped the fate of being hunted and killed by ghosts, when Tanjiro returned home, he found that his mother, siblings had all been killed by ghosts, and even his own sister had turned into a terrifying monster. Ghost. Sumyu hesitated slightly but still didn't choose to continue on his way at night. "That's disturbing." Sumyu bent slightly. "It doesn't matter." The old man smiled, raised his head at the same time and looked at Sumyu with some surprise. "I didn't expect you to believe my words. I believed that there would be ghosts in this world. I thought you wouldn't believe it." I'm just thinking about what happens. What if there are ghosts? If there are ghosts, my life will be in danger." Sumyu casually found a reason to explain that he naturally knew that there were ghosts in this world. The old man nodded and said seriously, "There are indeed ghosts in this world. These evil ghosts will haunt after sunset, so don't wander around at night." Sumyu walked into the house, and when he heard the old man say this, he couldn't help but said, "If ghosts haunt the night, then this world is really too dangerous." The old man couldn't help but glanced at Sumyu and then comforted him. "In this world there are also ghost hunters to protect human beings, and they will go around to kill those ghosts." Sumyu couldn't help sighing. Grandpa knows so much. Hearing Sumyu's words, the old man couldn't help sighing slightly with a look of sadness on his face. Seeing the appearance of the old man, Sumyu probably also guessed. If he remembered well, the other party was not alone but also had his own family. But now, the other party is just a widow. But now the other party confirms that there are ghosts in this world, and knowing that there are people who hunt and kill evil spirits in this world, and thinking about the other party's lost family. Sumyu probably understands that the other party should have met ghosts before, and even the family members. Death is being killed by ghosts, and he was saved by the ghost-killing team. Even the other party is very likely to be a peripheral hermit absorbed by the ghost-killing squad. The so-called hermits are the post-processing units of the ghost-killing team. They are mostly composed of members without swordsmanship skills and are responsible for the finishing work after the ghost killing team fights with ghosts. After the family members were killed by ghosts, Tomioka Jiyu, the water pillar in the ghost killing squad, would rush over so quickly. After all, the Kamado family lives in the mountains and is inaccessible to people. Even if there are evil spirits haunting the people addicted, I am afraid they will not be discovered so quickly. I'll make the mattress for you, rest here at night and leave tomorrow morning. The old man didn't know that Su Mu had seen through his identity, but went to make the bedding for Su Mu. That night Su Mu had a good rest at the old man's place at the foot of the mountain, but deep in the mountain the Kamado family was in deep sorrow. Cough, cough, cough. There was a continuous sound of severe coughing. Kamado Aoi, Nezuko, and Tanjuro surrounded the bed, looking worriedly at Kamado Tanjuro lying on the bed, coughing violently. Husband, father, are you okay? Kamado Tanjuro's expression was a little bad. He looked at his wife and children worriedly and forced a smile. I'm fine, Tanjiro. Nezuko, it's getting late, go back to your room and rest. Tanjiro. Nezuko went back obediently, although he was still worried about his father. When the children left, Kamado Tanjuro started to cough violently again. Kamado Ai hurried over and patted Tanjuro's back, hoping to relieve Kamado Tanjuro. Kamado Tanjuro waved his hand, rejecting Kamado Ijai's action with a trace of sadness on his face. I'm afraid I can't, I'm fine, but if I leave you orphans and widows this life, what should I do? It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Kamado Ijai shook her head desperately. The slightly warm sun rose, bringing light to the earth and also brought a little warmth to the biting cold. Su Mu got up early and after getting dressed she opened the window. The air from outside the house blew in, making him shiver uncontrollably. He gathered his collar and looked outside. The snow was still falling, and occasionally the heavy snow accumulated on the pines and cypresses was blown by the wind and then fell to the ground with a clatter. He looked at the mountains in the distance and his eyes habitually fell on his attribute panel name. Su Mu Physique, 1 Normal Adult Physique is 1, Dexterity 1 Normal Adult Dexterity is 1. Strength 1 Normal Adult Strength is 1. Spirit 1. 2 Normal Adult Spirit is 1. Attribute points earned 0.9. In the past few days I have gained another 0.9 attribute points, and if I get another 0.1 I can continue to add points. Soon his strength will grow slightly again. This brought a smile to Su Mu's mouth. This is probably his biggest reliance on coming to this ghostly world. If it weren't for the existence of this attribute panel, I am afraid that I am now in a constant state of panic, right? After all, in this world of ghosts, the probability of an ordinary person surviving against evil spirits is too low. Even becoming a swordsman of the ghost-killing team or a ghost hunter is also very dangerous. After all, there are quite a few pillars who died in the hands of evil spirits. And Pillar is already the most powerful force in the ghost-killing team. As for myself, as long as I keep accumulating attribute points, I can continue to become stronger. One day, even if I face Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of ghosts, I won't have any fear. Shaking his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts in his heart, he pushed open the door. In the living room, the old man named Sanlang got up earlier than Su Mu and lit the stove earlier. The temperature emitted by the fire in the stove brought warmth to the whole room. Seemingly hearing something, the old man raised his head and saw Su Mu got up with a smile on his wrinkled face. Young man, get up, Su Mu nodded and also came to the stove, warming the fire, and said casually, I heard Grandpa talking about ghosts yesterday and I couldn't sleep all night for fear that the evil spirits would attack me at night and eat me up. Hearing Su Mu's words, the old man couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry so much, the ghost hunter will stand in front of us to protect us and not let us be harmed by evil spirits. That's it. Su Mu nodded but said with a hint of worry in his eyes, what if the ghost hunter doesn't show up in time? The old man's face froze and his eyes dimmed slightly. Su Mu could clearly feel the old man's hand on his shoulder trembling slightly. Looking at the expression of the old man at this moment, Su Mu probably understood that this old man also had a past that he never knew about. After all, the other party was not a lonely old man. But now he lives alone at the foot of this mountain without a relative by his side. Perhaps the relatives of this old man were eaten by evil spirits in front of him. Although the ghost hunter appeared in time and rescued him, all the relatives he cared about had been buried in the mouth of evil spirits, so become a poor person. Actually, rather than pinning my hopes on the protection of ghost hunters, I hope that I have the ability to kill evil spirits. It is always better to trust myself than to expect others. Su Mu sighed while throwing some firewood into the stove. The old man closed his eyes slightly as if he didn't hear what Su Mu said but was just immersed in his sad past. I don't know where I can learn the ability to kill evil spirits. Su Mu spoke in a yearning tone, then shook her head helplessly, then stood up and bent slightly towards the old man. I also want to thank Grandpa for his hospitality yesterday. The old man was still sitting by the fire and didn't respond to Su Mu as if he was still immersed in the memory of the past. Su Mu didn't say anything, turned and left. Young man, stop. It's just that after walking for a long time, the door opened again and it was the old man who was still warming up before walking out quickly. Su Mu stopped. The old man came to Su Mu, looked at Su Mu with slightly muddy eyes, and then handed a token with the image of wisteria flower to Su Mu's hand. Holding this thing, you can go to find some houses with wisteria flowers on the house number to mark the family. There, you may learn the ability to kill evil spirits. After hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help showing surprise. He just tried it a little bit, but he didn't expect it to be successful. In fact, besides this old man, he can also get in touch with the Demon Slayer squad through other channels, such as going to MT. Kyojiri, after all, where Yurikodaki Sakanji, the water pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, lives in seclusion. However, if he stepped forward abruptly, I'm afraid it will also attract the other party's suspicion. On the contrary, it is much better to be recommended. As for why he wanted to get in touch with the ghost killing squad, it was also because he wanted to know more information about evil spirits. Moreover, as one's own strength becomes stronger and stronger in the future, it might be possible to obtain attribute points more quickly by hunting evil spirits, thereby making oneself stronger and stronger. Otherwise, it would be too slow to gain attribute points by killing some chickens, ducks, and pigs. At the same time, he also has some expectations in his heart, looking forward to how many attribute points can be brought to him by killing an evil spirit. The wind in the winter morning is slightly cold. If she was still in a sub-healthy state a few days ago, Su Mu would definitely not be able to bear it. But now, I just feel that the winter wind is a bit cool. Walking in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, it took half a day, and a standing house in the distance appeared in front of him. Su Mu tidied up her clothes, looked at the presents she was carrying, and then knocked on the fence outside the door with her hand. "Is Mr. Tanjuro at home?" He stood at the door and called out. In the house, the door of Kamado Ijai's room opened quickly. The woman was still dressed plainly as before, but the ordinary clothes could hardly conceal her graceful figure, and her gentle long hair was draped softly. It's just that compared to the last time I saw it, the woman's figure seemed to be thinner, her eyes were slightly red and swollen as if she had cried, and there seemed to be a lingering sorrow on her pretty face. "It's Mrs. Kuiji." Seeing Kamado Kuiji come out, Su Mu greeted warmly. Kamado Kuiji also recognized the guest who was invited to his home a few days ago and unconsciously showed a touch of surprise when he saw the other party. I didn't expect the other party to come to the door. "Tanjuro is sick, he's inside the house. Please come in, Mr. Mu, it's cold outside. The house is warmed by a charcoal fire." Kamado Ijai immediately took small steps and stepped out of the door out of the yard and opened the fence surrounding the yard. It's just that as the woman walks, the mountains rise and fall, which is quite scenic. Su Mu swept his eyes slightly, then moved away unnaturally and lowered his head slightly. When I saw Mr. Tanjuro a few days ago, I felt that Mr. Tanjuro's body seemed to be in some condition. I didn't expect it to be fine today. When Kamado Kuiji opened the fence of the yard, Su Mu said while walking into the yard. When Su Mu walked into the yard, Kamado Kuiji put his hands together on his lower abdomen and followed behind him with his head slightly lowered. Hearing Su Mu's words at this moment, he couldn't help but said worriedly, I also asked a few doctors to come and see, but it's useless, but Tanjiro's condition is getting worse. When he said this, Kamado Kyuji also had indescribable worries on his face. Even with a little panic, it was as if the sky was falling down. After all, she is just a little woman who doesn't understand anything. At home, she is supported by her husband Tanjiro. If something happened to Kamado Tanjuro, how would she raise a lot of children as a woman? Well, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. The last time Tanjiro was rescued by Mr. Tanjiro, Tanjiro's health was still very good and there was nothing wrong with it. I didn't expect that he would become like this in a short period of time. However, Mrs. Ija, you don't have to worry too much. Mr. Tanjiro's body will recover soon. On the contrary, madam, you should pay attention to your health, now that Mr. Tanjiro is ill. The family depends entirely on you. If something happens to Mrs. Kyuji, it will be a sad day. As he spoke, he couldn't help turning his head and patted Kamado Iji's shoulder lightly. Hearing Su Mu's words of concern, Kamado Kyuji also felt warm in his heart. In the past few days, he was anxious and had no backbone, but now he seems to have settled down a lot. It eased her fear these days a lot. Entering the house, Tanjiro, Nezuko both shouted, "Good!" Sumu took out the presents she brought to the children, such as Tanjiro and Takeo. So boys are some toys such as Nezuko, Hanako, such girls are some cute accessories. At the same time, it also specially brought Kopido to Nezuko. In the anime, Jinping candy is Nezuko's favorite candy. Because the granules are like stars, it is called Jinpingtang, which is very beautiful. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. They all got presents and the children were very happy and thanked happily. It's really costing you money. How embarrassing it is. Seeing Sumu bring so many gifts to the children, Kamado Kyuji also said hastily, it's just a little gift for the kids, nothing else. Sumu smiled and didn't care. That would cost a lot. Kamado Kyuji complained a little, but seeing Sumu being so kind to the child, he unconsciously felt a little fond of her. I feel that Mr. Sumu is really a very gentle person. By the way, I also bought some things for Mrs. Ai and Mr. Tanjiro. With that said, Sumu opened the backpack. I bought a warm fur coat for Tanjiro and a skirt for Kamado Ai. This is really too precious. Kamado Kyuji waved her hands again and again. It's fine as a gift for the child and she can barely accept it. It's not too expensive, but the clothes are very expensive. Just looking at the fabric, they are not cheap. It's just a little bit of care. I've already bought it. You can't let me return it. Even if I go back and return it, the shopkeeper won't want it. Mrs. Kyuji, just accept it. Hearing what Sumu said, Kamado Kyuji was also at a loss for a moment. Okay, take me to see Mr. Tanjiro. I don't know how Mr. Tanjiro is doing now. Not waiting for Kamado Kyuji to refuse, Sumu also urged. Kamado Kyuji also had no choice but to bring Sumu to the next room. Before entering the room, he could smell a strong smell of medicine. Obviously, Kamado Tanjiro has been taking medicine for a long time these days. Eyes on the bed at this moment, Kamado Tanjiro is lying there quietly. Compared with the last time we met, Kamado Tanjiro is obviously paler and his body is thinner. Seeing Sumu approaching, Kamado Tanjiro also struggled to get up. Master Mu is here. Sumu hurried up and held down Kamado Tanjiro, who was about to get up. What's the matter? It's only been a few days. How did your body break down like this? Why? Hearing Sumu's words of concern, Kamado Tanjiro also sighed. Until now, he didn't know how his body became like this in such a short time. My body, hey, I don't know why it suddenly became like this. Kamado Tanjiro also sighed for a while, his eyes full of sadness. After all, the entire Kamado family was counting on him. Now that he has collapsed, he can survive by relying on his previous savings for a short time, but after a long time, that's difficult. Only relying on Kamado Kyuji, how can it survive? Thinking of these, he couldn't feel at ease. Really, thank you for coming to visit me. With my current body, I'm afraid I can't entertain you. I'm afraid I won't be able to. It took a while for Tanjiro to come back to his senses and looked at Sumu with an apologetic expression. Sumu also held Tanjiro's hand. What are you talking about? At the beginning, if you hadn't made the move, I'm afraid I would have been buried in Xing's mouth. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Seeing the sincerity shown by Sumyu, Kamado Tanjuro's eyes also showed a touch of shame. Originally, when Sumyu came, he was worried that the other party would have bad intentions. After all, now that he is so ill, only Kyuiji and my child if Sumyu really has any malicious intentions. Just now, he specifically emphasized that he was not in good health and he didn't mean to test Sumyu. After all, even though he is not in good health now, it is still easy to kill the opponent with a strong breath. Just looking at the other party's full sincerity, Kamado Tanjuro felt guilty for the wariness in his heart, knowing that the other party really cared about him. Sumyu didn't know what was going on in Kamado Tanjuro's mind at the moment, but just seeing Kamado's body in such a sick state, his heart was complicated for a while. I remember the first time we met, although the other party was thin, but the strength that the thin body could unleash was still fresh in his memory. It's just that in just a few days, the other party's body was weak, as if he didn't even have the strength to stand up. In an instant, a good family is in danger of collapsing. Sumyu could also see that Kamado Tanjuro was worried about his family, so he couldn't help but patted Tanjuro's hand and persuaded him. Tanjuro, the most important thing for you now is to take care of your body, don't worry too much about other things. As long as you rest your body, everything will be fine. If there is any difficulty at home, Tanjuro, you must tell me. As long as I can do it, I will help. As she spoke, Sumyu couldn't help but patted her chest. Seeing Sumyu's heart-to-heart confession, Kamado Tanjuro was also very moved and couldn't help holding Sumyu's hand. I really don't know how to thank Mujun. I should thank Tanjuro, you saved my life, up to now I haven't repaid you yet. Sumyu also spoke seriously. For Kamado Tanjuro, he is very grateful in his heart. If it wasn't for the opponent's attack last time, I'm afraid that I would really be eaten by that big black bear. Because of this, he always feels guilty these days because these days Kamado will always appear in his head unconsciously. With Kyuiji's plump figure, whenever this happens, he will feel very guilty in his heart. I always feel sorry for Kamado Tanjuro. The snow is falling more and more. The heavy snow falling like goose feathers spread the earth into a piece of silver wrap. In such weather, it was obviously impossible to hurry back, so Sumyu was retained by the Kamado family. After a little refusal, Sumyu chose to accept. When night fell, Sumyu came to the next room. The bedding has already been tidied up by Kamado Kyuiji. It is very clean and there is still a faint smell which is somewhat similar to the smell of Kamado Kyuiji. Sitting on the bed, Sumyu was also thinking about something. Now Kamado Tanjuro's physical condition is not very good and he may die soon. After Kamado Tanjuro's death, the Kamado family is also in trouble. At that time, Kamado Ije, a weak woman, was struggling to support her. Thanks to Tanjiro and Nezuko who became sensible, the life of Kamado's family was a little bit better. Although the family lived a somewhat difficult life, they were very happy. But soon, the arrival of the evil spirit broke the happiness that was managed with great difficulty. The family, except for Tanjiro, Nezuko was killed by the evil spirit and Nezuko became an evil spirit even though he was alive, to endure the torment of cannibalism all the time. Thinking of what will happen to the Kamado family in the future, Sumyu couldn't help but sigh slightly. Speaking of which, the first time he saw Kamado's sunflower branch, it made his mind sway and it also made him feel that he shouldn't have thoughts in his heart. But these are all a normal man's liking for beautiful things, but because Kamado Tanjuro is kind to him, knowing that this is immoral and he is really sorry for Kamado Tanjuro, so he suppresses his inner thoughts. He does owe it to Kamado Tanjuro for saving his life. So, I will change the fate of the Kamado family dying at the hands of evil spirits in the future, and I will not let the happiness of the Kamado family be destroyed. In this way, it can be regarded as repaying your life-saving grace. In that case, I don't owe you anything. Sumyu couldn't help murmuring. After all, Tanjiro only saved his life and he, in the future, may change the tragic fate of the Kamado family, saving more than one life. It's enough to repay Kamado Tanjuro's kindness. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and the self-blame that had been lingering in his heart subconsciously dissipated. Tanjuro, I will take good care of your family and won't let them lose their support in the future. After saying this, Sumyu let out a heavy breath, only feeling that the whole person seemed to relax a lot. Sumyu was thinking about something in the room when she suddenly felt as if she was being watched by something. She raised her head involuntarily. By the door, a small head poked out, revealing a delicate and lovely face, with a bit of ruddy, beautiful eyelashes trembling slightly. Eyes full of cuteness. As if feeling that he had been discovered, Nezuko immediately withdrew his head but finally couldn't hold back and poked his head out again. Only after sticking out his little head, Nezuko found that Sumyu was waving to her. "Hey uncle, you haven't slept yet." With her little hands behind her back, Nezuko walked in generously as if the girl who was sneaking around just now was not her. The girl tilted her head slightly. Her big eyes fell on Sumyu's face. Looking at the cute girl, Sumyu said angrily, "Why do you always call me uncle? It feels like you are calling me old." "Then what should I call you?" Nezuko blinked his eyes. "Just call me Oni-chan." Sumyu scratched Nezuko's small nose and opened his mouth gently. The little nose was scratched and it felt a little itchy, which made Nezuko suck his nose unconsciously and murmured unconsciously, "Don't call you Oni-chan, you are almost as old as my mother. Why? Can it be called Oni-sauce? It should be called uncle." "Ha, then I am the same age as Nezuko's father, so is Nezuko going to call me father? You're not my dad, I wouldn't call you dad." Nezuko snapped his fingers and said very seriously. "Ha!" Sumyu was also amused and laughed unconsciously, thinking that Nezuko was really cute when he was a child. "By the way, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Girls won't grow taller if they don't have a good rest." As if thinking of something, Sumyu couldn't help asking, "Some can't sleep." Nezuko lowered his head slightly. Sumyu reached out and hugged Nezuko on her lap, then rubbed Nezuko's head with her hands and asked with concern, "Is there something on Nezuko's mind?" "You can tell me? I'm a little worried about my father. My father has been ill for a long time." Nezuko whispered. Hearing this, Sumyu said with relief, "Perhaps Tanjuro will recover in a short time. Hopefully it gets better soon." Nezuko clasped his hands together. Seeing this girl who sincerely hoped that her father would get better soon, Sumyu couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart. Now Nezuko is still looking forward to her father's getting better soon, but she doesn't know that maybe her father will recover soon. Died. At that time I didn't know how sad this girl would be. Caressing the girl's head with his hand, he felt that the girl's hair seemed a little messy, so he couldn't help but said, "Let me help you comb your hair is a little messy." Nezuko nodded, obediently doing well beside Sumyu. Sumyu found a comb in the room and asked, "What kind of hairstyle does Nezuko like?" "I like my mother's hairstyle." Nezuko spoke softly. Sumyu could not help but shook her head after hearing this. "That's not okay, Mrs. Kuija's hairstyle can only be done after she is married. Nezuko is still young and has not been married yet, so she can't wear that hairstyle. Nezuko has grown up and married, so you can do it. That's it." Nezuko frowned slightly, thought for a while before asking, "What kind of hairstyle does the uncle like?" "How about twin ponytails? That would look cute." "Then listen to uncle." Nezuko nodded obediently. Sumyu also took out the comb and began to comb Nezuko's hair. Nezuko's hair is very soft, thick and long and very smooth. "I didn't expect that uncle could comb my hair. My father didn't even comb my hair. My mother always combed my hair. These days my mother is busy taking care of my father. She hasn't combed my hair for several days." "Then, Nezuko, come to me every day and I'll brush your hair, okay?" "Okay." Nezuko nodded happily, feeling that the uncle is a very good person. 10 days later, by the fire. Crackling. The firewood was burning in the furnace and there was a sound of burning, and occasionally bursts of sparks burst out and quickly dissipated. A large pot was placed on top of the fire and a lingering aroma was escaping from the large pot, filling the whole room with a fragrant smell. Sumyu grabbed some mushrooms in the small basket next to her, chopped some shallots and put the garlic in it. Immediately the fragrance spread even more. In the room, Nezuko, Tanjiro, Takeo, Hanako unconsciously sniffed, staring at the cauldron burning in the fire. What was boiled in the pot was a pheasant that Sumyu went hunting in the mountains this morning after cleaning and chopping into small pieces. After a series of operations, a pheasant stewed mushroom is prepared. The smell, full of fragrance, made everyone in the room eagerly waiting. Even the little woman next to her couldn't help sniffing. Her body unconsciously leaned forward towards the fire, and following her movements, her broad chest swayed slightly. By the stove, Su-Mew, who was holding a spoon, accidentally saw this scene and felt as if a little wild cat was scratching crazily in her heart, feeling a dry mouth. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the restlessness in her heart, Su-Mew picked up a small bowl, filled it with a bowl, and handed it to Kamado Ijai. Ms. Ijai, please take some for Tanjuro. This chicken soup is the most nourishing people. It might be good for Tanjuro's body. Kamado Ai nodded and reached out to take it. It's just that when she took the soup bowl, the man's hand accidentally touched hers. Like a slight caress, there was a light itching feeling. This made Kamado Kuiji's heart skip a beat and her pretty face turned rosy unconsciously. Kamado Kuiji raised his head involuntarily and found that Su-Mew's face was calm, as if it was just an inadvertent touch by the other party. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the emotion in his heart, he sneaked another glance at the children, only to find that Nezuko and Tanjiro were all focused on the delicious food in the pot, and he was greatly relieved. With his head down, holding the steaming chicken soup, Kamado Kuiji also walked to the next room. On the bed in the room, Tanjiro was still lying on the bed. His face was pale and he looked dying. As time passed, Tanjiro's body became weaker and weaker and there was no sign of improvement. Seeing this scene, Kamado Kuiji was also sad and worried about the future. Tanjiro, drink some chicken soup. This is specially made by Lord Mew. It is good for the body. Kamado Tanjiro, who was lying on the bed, barely opened his eyes and said weakly, I don't have an appetite now, so I won't drink. But Kamado Ijai continued to say that Tanjiro hadn't eaten much at all in the past few days. If this continues, his body will not be able to bear it anymore. Cough, cough, cough. I really can't drink it. Before Kamado Ai could say anything, Kamado Tanjiro shook his head. Go and eat by yourself, don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep for a while. When you finish eating, call Tanjiro over. I have something to say, Tanjiro said. Kamado Kuiji nodded helplessly and could only return again with bowls and chopsticks full of chicken soup. Can't you eat, Tanjiro? Seeing Kamado Kuiji coming back with the bowls and chopsticks so quickly, Su-Mew couldn't help asking. Kamado Ai nodded, a little downcast. Tanjiro's health was getting worse and worse. Kamado Ai didn't know what to do. With the current physical condition of Kamado Tanjiro, if he continues, he may not live long. At the thought of Tanjiro's death, Kamado Ai felt that the sky was about to fall. In the future, Kamado's family, only she is alone. How can she hold on? Seeing Kamado Kuiji's expression at the moment, Su-Mew also sighed slightly. It will get better, Mrs. Kuiji, don't be too sad. You can't let your body collapse. When the mood was at its lowest and most helpless, being cared for by others, Kamado Kuiji only felt as if he had found support in an instant, and he couldn't help but looked up, only to find that the other party was looking at him burningly at the moment. That look, as if to eat himself, this made Kamado Kuiji's heart flutter. The chicken soup is very fragrant and the chicken is also delicious. Takeo and Hanako taste delicious and sweet. They are still too young to understand many things. Naturally, they don't understand the meaning of death. From Takeo and Hanako's point of view, their father has just been lying on the hospital bed for a while and he will stand up in a short time and play with them again. But Nezuko and Tanjiro are different. Although they are very young, they have gradually understood the meaning of life and death. At least no once dead, just never coming back. So even though the food is delicious at this moment, Tanjiro and Nezuko don't know why they don't have much appetite. Mother, will father leave us? Tanjiro looked up and looked at Kamado Ijai, who was staying quietly by the fire. Kamado Kuiji's purple eyes couldn't help trembling slightly. She didn't answer her son's words. She lowered her head and only held the mouth of the bowl tightly with her hands. At this moment, Nezuko also raised his head and looked at his mother. Father, will it get better? Facing the expectant eyes of his son and daughter, Kamado Ijai didn't know how to answer. She was afraid of seeing the disappointed eyes of Tanjiro and Nezuko after she answered. She was afraid of facing all this. But the son and daughter looked forward to looking at him, but Kamado Ijai couldn't help but answer. Kamado AI opened her lips, her throat moved slightly, but she couldn't say anything. Seeing Kamado's troubled look, Sumyu reached out and patted the heads of Tanjiro and Nezuko. The head was slapped. Tanjiro and Nezuko couldn't help but turned their heads and looked at Sumyu with some doubts. "Do you believe your father will get well?" He looked at Tanjiro and Nezuko and spoke softly. "Certainly," almost without hesitation, the two spoke in unison. "Since you believe it, why do you ask your mother these questions?" Sumyu stared into the eyes of the two and continued to ask. But Tanjiro and Nezuko wanted to say something, but Sumyu stood up. Tanjiro and Nezuko couldn't help but follow him. Sumyu came to the door and pushed it open. The cold wind blowing outside the house made everyone in the house shiver uncontrollably. Sumyu pointed to the sun in the sky and said softly, "Human life and death are just like the sun. It rises and naturally sets, but as long as Tanjiro and Nezuko believe in their hearts, then there will still be tomorrow. The warm sun shines. Do you believe that the rising sun tomorrow will be even warmer?" "Aha!" Tanjiro and Nezuko also nodded heavily. Sumyu closed the door, returned to the fire, and patted Tanjiro and Nezuko's heads with his hands. "Just like the warmth radiated by the sun, although there will be times when the sun sets. But you have to believe that the sun will eventually, it will still rise and radiate warmth to shine on you. Your father will always be by your side, just like the warmth radiated by the sun." Seeing Sumyu helping to comfort Tanjiro and Nezuko and watching Tanjiro and Nezuko gradually relax, Kamado Ijai's grip on the small bowl could not help but slightly loosened. He lowered his head and took a sip of the soup lightly. The oncoming hot air hit the woman's beautiful eyelashes, making the woman's eyes seem to have a slight mist. These days, if Lord Mu was not here to help, she would have been in a hurry by herself. "Really, thank you so much, Mr. Mu. If not for him, I'm afraid I don't know how to explain it to Tanjiro and Nezuko." Involuntarily, Kamado Kyuiji couldn't help looking at Sumyu's side face. For some reason, he had a strange thought in his heart. It would be great if Sumyu could stay with Kamado's family all the time. As soon as this idea came up, Kamado Kyuiji panicked. An inexplicable sense of shame rose in my heart. After dinner, Tanjiro followed his mother's order and came to his father's side. "Father!" Tanjiro came to the bed and called softly. Kamado Tanjiro opened his eyes, but his hand stretched out from the bed, tightly grasping his son's hand. "Father!" Feeling the strength of his father holding his hand, Tanjiro couldn't help calling out again. Cough, cough, cough. Kamado Tanjiro coughed violently, but he didn't let go of Tanjiro's hand. "Tanjiro, I should not live long." "No, no, father will get better soon." Tanjiro shook his head vigorously. Looking at his son's appearance, Kamado Tanjiro couldn't help but smile wryly. He was very clear about his physical condition, and he had faintly felt that death was approaching. It was a very vague feeling, indescribable, unclear. These days, he has been thinking why his body has suddenly become so bad. Now he probably figured it out a bit. Involuntarily, Kamado Tanjiro moved his hand to his left forehead. It turned out that there were no stripes here, and they appeared suddenly a few years ago. And with the appearance of this stripe, he found that he could control this stripe. As long as he wanted to open the stripe, his body's various abilities could be greatly improved. The sudden increase in strength once made him very intoxicated, and he had been activated several times. It was only later that I vaguely felt that turning on the stripe seemed to cost something, so I rarely turned it on later. And the time when his body began to show symptoms was when the stripes appeared. Until now, his body is getting worse and worse. Before, Kamado Tanjiro didn't understand the price of turning on the stripes, but now, feeling his physical condition, Kamado Tanjiro probably understood that the price of turning on the stripes was to consume his vitality. It's just that it's too late to know this now. He's already like this, there's no way to undo it, but he has to tell Tanjiro about it. Kamado Tanjiro grabbed Tanjiro's hand and put it on his left forehead, then said with a serious face, "Remember what I told you all the time, remember to breathe." Tanjiro just cried, worried about his father's physical condition. Cough, cough, cough. Kamado Tanjiro continued to cough uncontrollably but continued to speak. "Remember, if you have spots like your father's on your left forehead in the future, you must use them with caution, and even if you can't use them, don't use them, because this consumes your own life. In the future, when I leave, you will be the eldest son of the family and the burden of the family will fall on you. You must be responsible for taking good care of your younger brother and younger sister, helping your mother and supporting the family. Kamado Tanjuro reached out and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Touching his son's thin shoulders, Kamado Tanjuro only felt that his son's shoulders were so immature. Can such immature shoulders bear such responsibilities? Father, you'll be all right, you'll be fine soon. Tanjiro grabbed his father's hand with a crying voice. Kamado Tanjuro shook his head, just stretched out his hand to gently wipe away the tears from Tanjiro's eyes. You remember the breathing I taught you, you must not forget, and in the future you're a man now. After finishing speaking, he patted Tanjiro's hand. Go and call Mujin over. Sumyu walked into the room quickly, looked at Kamado Tanjuro who was breathing weakly and probably understood that the other party was probably going to die, may not live for a few days. Master Mew, Kamado Tanjuro struggled slightly to get up. Sumyu hurried over and held Kamado Tanjuro down. You are in poor health now, don't move around, take a good rest, you will be fine in a few days. Hearing this, Kamado Tanjuro couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. I understand my physical condition, I'm afraid it's really going to die. I'm not afraid of death, the only thing I worry about is Kyuiji and the children. Can you promise me to take good care of my wife and children after I die? Tanjiro, what are you talking about? Just because you saved my life from the black bear, I will take good care of Mrs. Ai and Nezuko. Sumyu said very seriously. Kamado Tanjuro raised his head and looked at Sumyu's face for a long time, with relief and complexity in his eyes. As a person who has opened the transparent world, his eyes can already see many things, including the blood vessels in a human body, the blood flow in the body, even the lines of a leaf far away can be seen clearly. These days, he probably noticed that Mu-jun is interested in Kamado Kyuiji. At first he was very angry, but slowly he was relieved. He was going to die, why did he care so much? Maybe, that's fine too. At least after I left there was also a care. Involuntarily, Kamado Tanjuro tightly grasped Sumyu's hand. I hope you won't let Kyuiji suffer any grievances. Sumyu raised her head abruptly just in time to meet Kamado Tanjuro's eyes. The other's eyes are so weak, but at this moment, under these eyes, everything about her seems to be pierced. The other party has fully seen the small thoughts that he has tried to hide these days. Sumyu looked up and what he saw were eyes that seemed to see everything. Under these eyes, it seemed that all his secrets were completely exposed to the other party's eyes, which made him feel like he had nothing to hide. Is this the transparent world? He murmured inwardly. In the state of transparent world, the body of any creature is as if it is transparent. As long as you want to see it, you can clearly see the blood vessels and even the blood flow inside the opponent's body. In this state, people's perception will change extremely sharp. Obviously, the days when he stayed at Kamado's house made Kamado Tanjuro feel something. Although he didn't do anything these days, there will always be a wave of fluctuation in a person's heart at certain times. And these are the reasons why Kamado Tanjuro was able to discover some clues. Although Sumyu thought a lot at this moment, he soon recovered from the shock in his heart and looked at Kamado Tanjuro. Under the scorching gaze of the other party, Sumyu held Tan Shileng's hand tightly and said seriously, Tan Shileng, don't worry, I will take care of your wife and daughter. As long as I'm here, your wife and daughter will definitely not be bullied. When he said this, his heart was extremely sincere, without any falsehood. After seeing Kamado Ai for the first time, he did have some unreasonable thoughts in his heart, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. People have desires for beautiful things. It is not surprising that he has thoughts in his heart. After all, Mrs. Kyuiji is so beautiful and beautiful, it's normal to have a little thought, but that was just a thought that surfaced in his heart for a moment. From the beginning to now, he has never made any indecent behavior towards Kamado Ijai, and he really doesn't want the tragedy that happened to the Kamado family in the future to repeat itself. Whether it's the tragic death of a beautiful lady like Ai Jai at the hands of an evil spirit or the lovely Nezuko becoming an evil spirit that endures the torture of cannibalism all the time, won't let it happen. I also don't want a beautiful woman like Kamado AI to lose her support after Tanjiro's death. The most important thing for you now is to heal your injuries with peace of mind. What if your body gets better? In this way, I won't have to take care of your wife and daughter, he said softly. Kamado Tanjuro stared at Su Mu's face for a long time as if he wanted to see through Su Mu's heart. It took a long time to finally confirm that everything Su Mu said was true. Well, Kamado Tanjuro sighed deeply. If he could cultivate his body well, how could he be willing to fight everything? These days, I accidentally noticed that Su Mu had thoughts about Kyuiji and there was a murderous intention in his heart. After all, he was going to die soon. He definitely didn't want to see such a person with ulterior motives staying in the Kamado family. However, at that time he didn't act immediately but was hesitating and observing. When Kamado Tanjuro thought about it, he was about to die. If Mujin really had any malicious intentions, he would eventually be unable to resist. But gradually. During these sick days, he found that Su Mu was really trying to help him recover and also to help take care of the child and his wife. At first, Tanjiro felt that the other party was fake, full of lies. But soon, Tanjiro fell silent. The other party really likes his children, especially Nezuko, and his concern for the children is also real. These cannot be done by falsehood, let alone concealed from him who has reached the transparent world. Although every time Kamado Tanjuro can clearly feel that when Mujin sees Kyuiji, his heart will always speed up and his mood seems to be a little restless, but all the time when the other party faces Kyuiji maintaining humility and courtesy, he never showed any steadfast behavior towards his wife at least. He did not show any steadfast behavior when he was alive. As for himself, the other party has really tried to find ways to help him recover these days. He has invited many doctors and found many good medicines. So, gradually, Kamado Tanjuro understood that the other party was really good to Kamado's family, and indeed he was really good to his wife and daughters, so he let go of the killing intent that emerged. I hope that your words can always be practiced consistently. Kamado Tanjuro looked at Su Mu and closed his eyes slightly. Su Mu wanted to say something, but Kamado Tanjuro waved his hand. I want to sleep for a while now, you go out. Su Mu had no choice but to leave the room with Tanjiro. The moment Su Mu turned around, Kamado Tanjuro opened his closed eyes again, looking at Su Mu's back holding his son Tanjiro and leaving. Kamado Tanjiro's eyes were slightly complicated. If his health can recover, he will naturally drive away people like Mujin who have unreasonable thoughts about Kamado Kyuiji and keep them as far away from him as possible. But now, he was afraid that his health would not recover, but he felt that maybe after he left, his wife and children would not be short of someone to take care of them. Only do not know why there is always some resentment in my heart. After all, his wife is so beautiful and his children are so cute and he still wants to watch them grow up. Pity, but not for a few days. After coming out of the room and coming to the courtyard, the cold air outside the house woke up Su Mu, who was in a trance. He really didn't expect that Kamado Tanjuro was so keen. As expected, he is indeed the only ordinary person who has reached the transparent world besides the ghost-killing squad. He murmured slightly. Although the other party didn't treat him very well, it still made Su Mu's heart tense. At this moment, he couldn't help but start to examine himself. Maybe it's because of knowing the future direction of the world and understanding of what will happen in the future. Deep down in my heart, there is inevitably a kind of arrogance in my heart, and I always habitually look down on these people subconsciously. It is always inevitable to underestimate the people here. I always feel that everything is under my control. But he completely forgot that the current self is still very weak, just an ordinary person and has no capital to surpass others at all. At least, with the current strength, it is still not possible to look down on others and underestimate others. Fortunately, Kamado Tanjuro didn't mean to kill him. If the other party wanted to kill him, don't look at the other party's dying as if he couldn't stand up, but if he underestimated the other party based on this, he would definitely die. Perhaps, although the opponent has never practiced swordsmanship, he cannot fully exert his own strength. But as a person who can open the stripe and has reached the highest realm of the transparent world, even if he is dying, the burst of strength is not something he can resist. Even the current self may be instantly beheaded by the opponent without the power to fight back. Taking a breath, he secretly reminded himself that no matter what, he only had one life. Really died, but there is no chance to come back. In the case of weak strength, it is better to be cautious. But after the announcement with Kamado Tanjuro, Su-Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe it's because of some feelings about Mrs. Ijai in his heart that he always feels guilty when facing Kamado Tanjuro. Such a heart made him feel a little depressed for no reason. But now, after making it public, he no longer feels too much pressure in his heart. After all, in this day and age, it is really difficult to lose Tanjuro as the pillar, only a weak woman, and to take care of so many children. In fact, in the anime, without Kamado Tanjuro, the Kamado family is really struggling. So, after Kamado Tanjuro passed away, I chose to take care of Mrs. Ijai so I don't have to feel too much guilt. After all, with such a large family in this era, no one is willing to raise so many oil bottles. As for myself, let alone let them eat or drink spicy food, but I will definitely not live a life of hardship like in the anime. Speaking of it, it can be regarded as taking care of the Kamado family. If the people here find out, I'm afraid they will give themselves a thumbs up and call themselves a good person. Although I have a dirty heart that is greedy for Mrs. Kuiji's beauty, but so what? She's so beautiful and young, her husband is about to die, what's wrong with her own thoughts? While thinking about it, he seemed to feel something, he couldn't help raising his head, his eyes fell on the courtyard. Mrs. Kuiji's frail body was carrying a bucket of water to the kitchen with difficulty. Although the woman was wearing very simple and generous clothes, even so, she couldn't hide her fiery figure. Especially the clothes in front of the chest, because of the woman's proud figure. Even if the woman's clothes are loose, they still look extremely tight here, but the loose clothes look a little tight. Before, when seeing Mrs. Kuiji, Su-Mu would always dodge unconsciously. After all, with the presence of Kamado Tanjuro, she always felt guilty. But now, after making public with Kamado Tanjuro, I don't care anymore. Anyway, Kamado Tanjuro already knew what was on his mind, so there was no need to hide anything. Now that Kamado Tanjuro has acquiesced. Then what are you still guilty of? Involuntarily, his eyes sized up Kamado Ijai's body, looking very bold and piercing. Perhaps because I helped take care of the Kamado family during this time, and because of my own existence, the Kamado family has a backbone, and Mrs. Kuiji's complexion is not as pale and weak as when I came to visit. Even compared to before, her face is much more rosy, and the exposed skin is also delicate and soft and very white, like white lotus root. After all, he still takes care of women better than Kamado Tanjuro. For example, if it is Kamado Tanjuro at home, he will never help Kamado Ai with housework, and he will not even go to the kitchen. But not Su-Mu. Sometimes, I also help to deal with things in the kitchen and occasionally cook. Thinking like this, staring at the graceful figure of Mrs. Kuiji, Su-Mu couldn't help walking up quickly. Kamado Ijai walked towards the kitchen with a large bucket of water. Because there was a lot of water in it, although I hadn't lifted it far, I already felt numbness in my arms and a slight difficulty in breathing. Just when Kamado Kuiji was thinking whether to stop and take a break or to be patient and lift it up in one breath, he suddenly felt that the water in the bucket was much lighter. This made Kamado Ai couldn't help bowing his head. Only then did I realize that there was an extra hand holding the bucket, and it was this hand that reduced the weight of the bucket as if it had no weight. Looking up, he realized that Mu Jun's tall figure appeared in front of him at some point. "Let me help you carry it." Sensing Kamado Kuiji's eyes looking over, Su-Mu smiled slightly, but her gaze unconsciously looked at Kamado Kuiji's body. His gaze was bolder than before, it is also more aggressive. With her tall stature and aggressive gaze, Kamado Ijai only felt a sense of oppression coming to her face. This made Kamado Ijai unconsciously breathe a little faster, and the clothes on his chest rose and fell for a while. Mu Jun. I can do it by myself? Kamado AI lowered her head and whispered. The woman's voice was very soft with a sense of weakness, making people unable to help but want to bully her. It's okay, I'm a man, I have more strength, it's easy to carry some water. On the contrary, you have less strength and it will be very difficult to carry water. If you want to carry water in the future, just tell me and I will help you. How is this possible? Kamado Ijai hurriedly shook her head. What's the matter? I'm your husband's friend, it's nothing small. Sumyu stretched out her hand and patted Kamado Kyuiji's shoulder lightly. Sumyu's sudden movement made Kamado Kyuiji instinctively back away, his face also looked very flustered. After all, in this era, as a married woman, she has to keep a certain distance from the opposite S*X except her husband. Looking at Mrs. Kyuiji, who looked like a frightened little rabbit, Sumyu couldn't help but smiled and naturally withdrew the hand that patted Kamado Kyuiji's shoulder, and then walked to the kitchen with the bucket. Seeing the back of Mu Jun carrying water to the kitchen, Kamado Kyuiji, who was standing there, unconsciously bit his lip, his face flushed even more. Recently, she has always felt that Mujun's eyes on her seem to be getting more and more wrong. It's as if I have become a fat piece of meat on the other party's dinner plate, making the other party want to swallow it in one bite. What am I thinking about? Mukun is Tanjiro's good friend, why would he have any thoughts about me? How can I think Mr. Mu is so evil? Sensing the sudden thought in his heart, Kamado Kyuiji hurriedly shook his head, but for some reason he always felt that Mu Jun looked at him more intensely than before. Another busy day. Because Kamado Tanjuro was seriously ill and lay down, Sumyu could only reluctantly replace Kamado's family's husband's duties to help take care of Kamado's family. Hospital bed. Kamado Tanjuro was still lying on the bed. It's just that the breath is getting weaker and weaker, as if it will completely die in the next second. In this situation, the Kamado family seems to be shrouded in a cloud that cannot be dispelled. Kamado Ijai knelt in front of the bed, her slender eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a faint mist, and soft sobbing could be heard from time to time. Tanjiro's body, I'm afraid it really won't work. Besides, Sumyu sighed slightly, looking at Kamado Tanjuro, who was lying on the bed in a complicated way. Hearing this, Kamado Kyuiji next to him became more and more depressed and his pretty face suddenly turned pale, but this did not make the other party's beauty a little less but brought him a special feeling charm. Tanjiro, is it really not going to get better? Kneeling, Kamado AI raised his head, his eyes were cloudy with tears and looked at him. Why? Sumyu sighed slightly. Hearing this, Kamado Ijai couldn't help lowering his head, followed by the woman's low sobs. Sumyu glanced at Kamado Kyuiji. At this moment, he is kneeling on the bed with his head almost buried in his chest. His kneeling body is no longer as straight as before, as if he has lost his support. Above the legs. Mrs. Ijai, please pay attention to your body. Tanjiro is already like this, you can't make any more problems. If your body has problems again, what will Nezuko and the others do? For the sake of the child, you have to be strong. Sumyu looked at it and couldn't help comforting her. After a while, Kamado Kyuiji stopped crying, raised his head, bit his lip and bowed slightly to Sumyu. I understand, Lord Mu, thank you, you are such a good person. Tanjiro is really lucky to have a friend like you. Listening to Kamado AI's words, Sumyu couldn't help but look at Tanjiro lying on the hospital bed and unconsciously murmured, is it really lucky? Maybe. After all, with me here, even without Tanjiro, the Kamado family will not lose their support completely. At least there will be a man in charge of the family, and there is no need for Mrs. Kyuiji, a woman, to show their faces. The sunset in winter is slowly falling, and the night is slowly falling, and the creatures in the world seem to have fallen into silence at this moment. In this silence, perhaps, only those evil ghosts who eat people will start to hunt in the middle of the night. Similarly, there will be ghost hunters who choose to hunt evil spirits in order to protect human beings. Cottage in the mountains, a room full of medicinal smells. Kamado Tanjuro, who had been lying on the bed as if he would die at any moment, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. I'm dying, Kamado Tanjuro murmured in a low voice with an indescribable sadness in his voice. Who wants to die if they can live? Who? When he felt that his life was about to die, Kamado Tanjuro took a deep breath, and with this last deep breath, Kamado Tanjuro's face also began to turn from pale to rosy. That weak body seems to have infinite power at this moment. Feeling the vitality in his body, Kamado Tanjuro's face did not show any joy because he deeply knew that this was his last reflection. Get up, get dressed, and open the door. Everything around is quiet. Kamado Tanjuro first came to Su-Mu's resting place, looked at Su-Mu who was resting quietly on the bed and stood for a long time. A slight cold wind blows the silent figure standing at the door. Kamado Tanjuro just stood there quietly watching the man sleeping on the bed. His eyes were full of indescribable complexity, revealing too many indescribable emotions. For a long time, Kamado Tanjuro did nothing but turned and left. Then, I came to Kamado Aoi's room again, looked at his wife who was still covered with tears and looked at Nezuko, Hanako who was hugged by his wife with strong reluctance in his eyes but finally chose to turn around and leave. At last came to Tanjiro's room. There is not only Tanjiro in the room but Takeo and Rokuta as well. Looking at his child if he can, he really wants to accompany the child to grow old all the time, but time will not wait for him after all. Slowly walking towards his son Tanjiro's bed, Kamado Tanjuro didn't deliberately slow down his pace just like walking normally, but there was no sound coming from his feet on the ground. Kneeling down, Kamado Tanjuro gently stroked Tanjiro's face with reluctance and expectation in his eyes. Tanjiro, who was sleeping, couldn't help feeling something and slowly opened his slightly sleepy eyes seeing his father squatting beside him. He was startled at first, and then he couldn't help showing a look of great surprise. Tanjiro opened his mouth to say something but his mouth was covered by his father's hand. "Follow me," Kamado Tanjuro watched his son speak softly. Although Tanjiro had indescribable doubts in his heart and felt that his father's behavior was a bit strange, he didn't say anything, quickly got dressed and followed behind his father. There was a lot of snow outside the house and the ground was paved very deep. When he stepped on it, he almost sank half of his leg. Tanjiro moved forward with difficulty, but his eyes were fixed on his father who was walking in front. Unlike Tanjiro who will sink immediately when he steps on the snow, Kamado Tanjuro will not sink when he steps on the snow. There is not even a trace of footprints. At the moment Tanjiro doesn't care about these things, he just feels infinite surprises and infinite happiness. He only felt that his father's health should be better and he was deeply happy about it. He didn't understand why his father called him out late at night alone. At this moment, Tanjiro didn't care about it. At this moment, Tanjiro was only happy that his father, who was seriously ill, could recover. The wind whistled and the blowing trees made a squeaky sound. At some point, Kamado Tanjuro, who had been walking in front, stopped, turned around and looked at Tanjiro with reluctance in his eyes and anticipation for his child's future. Of course, at this moment he also saw the joy in his son's eyes. But it may not be long before he will disappoint his son. His body is not recovering, on the contrary, he is already dying. "Tanjiro," Kamado Tanjuro spoke softly with the sound of the wind and snow blowing through the hoo-hoo. Kamado Tanjuro's voice was very soft, as if he would be drowned out by the whirring sound of wind and snow at any moment. But Tanjiro could hear it clearly, the voice seemed to reach his ears directly. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his father suspiciously, not knowing what his father was going to say to him. His ears perked up involuntarily. "Remember what I told you once?" Kamado Tanjuro looked serious. Looking at his father with a serious expression, Tanjiro faintly felt something and there was a sense of panic in his heart for no reason. But facing his father staring at him earnestly, Tanjiro could only suppress a certain fear in his heart. "Remember," Tanjiro said heavily. "What is it?" Kamado Tanjuro continued to ask. "Remember, breathe like father," Tanjiro said. Kamado Tanjuro has told him and exhorted him more than once. Hearing what his son said, Kamado Tanjuro also showed a satisfied smile on his face. He walked forward slowly, came to Tanjiro and gently patted Tanjiro's shoulder with his hand. "Tanjiro, after all, I will grow up one day, but I must never forget the inheritance that the Kamado family needs. Always remember to breathe." Saying that, Kamado Tanjuro raised his head and looked at the dim night sky. I am going to die before I finally die. Let me teach you something. Let's do something for you. I'm dying and I'm teaching you something before I finally die. Let's do something for you. Kamado Tanjuro raised his head and looked at the dark starry sky. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a shooting star passing by with a bright light and finally disappeared. The meteor that flashed away seemed to have never existed in this world. Average. Tanjiro raised his head and looked puzzled at his father, whose back was turned to him, looking at the sky. Obviously, his body seemed to be getting better, but why his father still said that he was going to die? Also, what did his father want to teach him? What else do you want to do for him? However, before Tanjiro could open his mouth, he found that his father, Kamado Tanjuro, had come to him at some point and had already grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Before Tanjiro could react, the whole person seemed to be flying towards the distance. The wind was howling and it hurt Tanjiro's face, watching the trees on both sides receding rapidly. Tanjiro suddenly realized that his father's footsteps were so fast and he was still leading a person in the mountainous area with heavy snow and waist deep, such a fast speed. It's as if it's about to fly. This created an extremely unreal feeling in Tanjiro's heart. Is this still his extremely weak father who struggles to catch his breath? At this moment, Tanjiro couldn't even imagine why his father's thin and fragile body could explode at such a speed. The wind was blowing, feeling the scenery passing by. Tanjiro felt excited for a moment. How could such a powerful father die of illness? Tanjiro, watch my breathing. A calm voice suddenly appeared in Tanjiro's ear, making Tanjiro's mind tense, and he began to pay attention to his father's breathing. Even with such a rapid burst, Kamado Tanjuro found that his father's breathing was still gentle, just like a plant. Feeling this kind of breathing, Tanjiro had a faint understanding in his heart. I don't know how long it took. When Tanjiro came back from his thoughts, his father had brought him to a stop in front of a cave. At the entrance of the cave, there is a huge bear standing upright. The giant bear is almost 3 or 4 meters high. Just standing there gives people an extremely powerful oppressive force. This giant bear was at least twice as big as the one Su Mu encountered last time. Looking at such a ferocious giant bear, Tanjiro, who was still young, only felt his calf go weak. At this moment he wished he could turn around and run away, but soon Tanjiro found that his father's hand was holding his hand. Unlike his own panic, his father was very calm, as if the giant bear in front of him was not picking people to eat them and they were not the prey of the giant bear in front of him. The giant bear was his father's prey. Look carefully. A deep voice came from Kamado Tanjuro's mouth. Tanjiro instinctively opened his eyes wide, and at this moment, Tanjiro felt a warm feeling from his father holding his hand. At this moment, I seem to have fallen into a world where I can't see clearly and the way is unknown. Everything in the world seems to be different all of a sudden. At this moment, the figure of the giant bear standing in front of the cave was so clear. At this moment, he could even see the blood vessels inside and the blood flowing in the blood vessels through the thick skin of the giant bear. At this moment, I feel that everything around me seems to be so clear all at once, and all the movements around me seem to be under my control. This is the transparent world. Kamado Tanjuro whispered beside Tanjiro, always remember that feeling. Although Tanjiro didn't quite understand, he nodded heavily. Seeing Tanjiro nodding, Kamado Tanjuro also showed a gratified smile on his face, let go of Tanjiro's hand, and pulled out an axe from his waist. With an axe in hand, Kamado Tanjuro whispered to Tanjiro. Next, let me demonstrate for you the so-called breathing. You have to see clearly. In front of the cave, the giant bear roared, and the surrounding trees that were shaken by the sound made a rustling sound. Apparently, the giant bear at this moment could no longer bear the weak human beings running to his territory and provoking him. Roar! The giant bear stands upright with a height of 3 to 4 meters, making it as huge as a hill, giving people a great sense of deterrence. Boom! The ground shook with the giant bear's footsteps. Faced with such a threat, Kamado Tanjuro's thin body remained calm. He just stood quietly in front of Tanjiro, holding an axe in his hand. As the wind blows, Kamado Tanjuro's hair flutters in the wind. Tanjiro, look, what is the so-called breathing? he whispered softly. As the sound fell, Kamado Tanjuro tapped his foot lightly and the sound disappeared suddenly at this moment. In Tanjiro's eyes, his father's speed is obviously so fast that it seems difficult to see with the naked eye, but it is so clearly presented in front of him at this moment. Then, in the dark night sky, it seemed that a silver light burst suddenly, and the blazing beam made people's eyes lose their minds at this moment. But when Tanjiro came back to his senses, the giant bear, which was full of ferocious power just now, seemed to choose someone to eat, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Crack! A crisp sound sounded, and the huge head of the giant bear rolled to the ground, and scarlet blood flowed out from the neck without the head, dyeing the pure white snow into scarlet purple. Such a powerful black bear that seemed to be invincible just like that died. Light and fluffy, as if he had no power to resist, he died. His gaze fell unconsciously on his father. Father was still standing where he was without moving a little bit, as if he had been standing there the whole time. But Tanjiro knew that just now it was his father who shot and killed the giant bear. At that moment, my father chopped off 2 axes in a row, but it was like chopping off 2 axes, but it was like chopping off 1 axe. It was like chopping off 2 axes at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Kamado Tanjuro, who had been standing calmly, began to cough violently and his body trembled uncontrollably as if he was enduring extremely severe pain. See clearly. A slightly hoarse voice came out as Kamado Tanjuro turned his head. At this moment, Tanjiro's eyes were extremely dim, as if they were about to go out at any moment, but there was still a light hidden in those eyes and he looked at Tanjiro with expectant eyes. Faced with his father's expectant eyes, Tanjiro was still unable to say the words of disappointment, so he closed his eyes and tried hard to recall the figure of his father's axe just now. Although that moment was so fast, but for some reason when he closed his eyes, Tanjiro could still clearly recall the scene of his father hitting the axe just now. After a long time, Tanjiro opened his eyes, met his father's expectant eyes and said, "Just now when my father chopped down the axe, I could smell my father's scent and there was no wavering in my father's scent. Not a trace of fear, not a trace of murderous intent. Just like, without the slightest emotion." As he spoke, Tanjiro said suddenly, "It seems that those plants are like, no, they are not like plants, just like my father's usual state, just like my father who always exudes the breath of plants. Yes, it's the same feeling that father breathes on a daily basis." Hearing this, Kamado Tanjuro also showed a smile on his face. Although there are many, what Tanjiro said is not all right, but it is not important. With the gradual mastery of breathing, he understands that Tanjiro will eventually reach his goal. Now this realm. Cough, cough, cough. Kamado Tanjuro began to cough violently, his face turned pale rapidly and his breath became weaker and weaker, but at the moment Kamado Tanjuro smiled happily. He slowly came to Tanjiro, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tanjiro's head. "From now on, the Kamado family will be handed over to you." Saying that, Kamado Tanjuro took off the Nichiren earrings that he had been wearing all the time and put them on Tanjiro's hands. "These are also given to you, Tanjiro, you must pass on this thing." "I will, father." Tanjiro nodded heavily. "Good, good, good." Kamado Tanjuro said hello several times before hugging Tanjiro with his arms. "Now let me take you home." Tanjiro was driven by his father on the way back, just like Kamado Tanjuro took him when he came here. The scenery on both sides of the river passed by quickly, but this time Tanjiro no longer had the speed of flying for his father, the footsteps on the snow. Marvel without a trace. Not because it's been through before, but because Tanjiro felt that the temperature of his father's body was getting colder and colder. Father's breath, it's been getting slower and slower. Wait until you come to the familiar house standing in the mountains. Wait until your father puts his body down. Tanjiro already could no longer feel his father's breath. The howling wind blew by, the boy's mournful cry echoes in the woods wake up everyone in the house. Su-Mu was awakened by the crying from outside, put on a layer of fur and pushed open the door. As soon as she walked out of the door, the room next door was also pushed open. The woman was wearing a simple white coat. Perhaps because she got up too fast and flustered, the coat did not completely cover her underwear, revealing some underwear. The underwear was propped up high, exposing a little skin. Under the dim, flickering moonlight, the woman's skin seemed to exude a pink luster. Mrs. Kyuji. Sumyu couldn't help but nodded. When they met suddenly, Kamado Kyuji retreated slightly instinctively with his head slightly lowered, his legs tightly together, his small hands subconsciously placed on his lower abdomen, and he habitually bowed, Mr. Mew. The black and submissive hair fell down with the woman's bow, covering Kamado Ijai's pretty face. Looking at the woman exuding a docile aura in front of her, Sumyu couldn't help but fall at her feet. Maybe it was too hasty to come out. Kamado Ijai didn't bother to put on shoes at all, and she was still barefoot at the moment. The feet are fair and delicate. But at this moment, because it was too cold and suddenly exposed to the cold air, even if Kamado Kyuji tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't help but shrink his toes inward. Hoo-hoo, the cold wind blows past. Standing in front of the door, Kamado Ai could not help curling up. Without any hesitation, Sumyu immediately untied the fur coat on her body and put it on Kamado Kyuji's thin shoulders. Sumyu's action made Kamado Kyuji retreat like a frightened little animal. It's cold, Mrs. Kyuji should wear more clothes, otherwise with your body you won't be able to resist. Sumyu opened his mouth lightly and at the same time pressed Kamado Kyuji's shoulders, not allowing Kamado Kyuji to refuse at all, and tied the rope of the coat for Kamado Kyuji himself. Under the dim light, watching the side face of the man wearing the fur belt for himself, Kamado Ijai couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in his heartbeat. For Kamado Ijai, since she got married, she has never been so close to a strange opposite S*X. After fastening the rope, Sumyu also turned around and began to walk quickly outside the house. It took a long time for Kamado Kyuji to come back to his senses. Looking at the back of Mujin walking fast, his white and tender teeth unconsciously bit his lip. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, his chest heaved violently and Kamado Kyuji suppressed the strange emotion in his heart and quickly followed Sumyu outside. Because, at this time, Kamado Ijai heard the crying outside, which seemed a bit like Tanjuro. It's just that it's impossible. After all, she has never seen Tanjuro cry, and Tanjuro has always been very strong. Sumyu quickly walked out of the room. The cold wind outside the house was howling, making Sumyu shiver uncontrollably, because he gave the fur coat to Kamado Kyuji, and he was wearing very thin clothes at the moment. Being blown by the cold wind, he only felt a biting cold all over his body. Shrinking her body, Sumyu set her eyes on the front. Under the dim light, Tanjuro was kneeling on the ground, lowering his head, weeping silently. In front of Tanjuro, a thin man was lying there quietly. Seeing this scene, Sumyu hurried forward. At this time, Sumyu recognized Kamado Tanjuro lying on the ground. How is this going? Sumyu was a little confused why Kamado Tanjuro ran outside the house. Logically, he should be lying on the bed inside the house. After all, with Kamado Tanjuro's body, he couldn't stand the cold wind outside. However, seeing Tanjuro weeping in a low voice, Sumyu also had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps, sensing the approaching of his death, the other party made some instructions before he died. Just before dying, what did the other party confess? Tat tat tat. Slight footsteps came from behind, but it was Kamado Ijai who came later. When Kamado Ai saw the scene in front of him when he heard the news of Tanjuro's death, he felt that the sky was about to fall, his body was shaking and his legs and feet were weak. To Kamado Ai, she is just an ordinary woman with no abilities. Before, when Tanjuro was still alive, it was very difficult to support so many children in the family. Now that Tanjuro is gone, she is a woman, so what can afford this home? Can she support that many children? At this moment, the heavy pressure was on her body, making Kamado Ai only feel a tightness in her chest and a feeling of being out of breath. Seeing that Kamado Ijai was about to fall, Sumyu didn't care about thinking why Tanjuro would die outside, so he hurried forward and hugged Kamado Ijai to prevent him from falling to the ground. Under the slightly dim light, the woman's eyes were pale, frightened, and confused, as if she had lost her backbone all of a sudden. Sumyu couldn't help but grabbed Kamado Kyuji's hand and patted it slightly. Ms. Kyuji, don't be afraid, there is still me. Woo. Maybe it's because the pressure in the future is too great, or maybe a word of comfort at the most confused time made Kamado Kyuji unable to control his emotions anymore, and suddenly buried in Su-Mu's arms, crying, "Woo woo." Su-Mu gently patted Kamado Kyuji's back, whispering softly in Kamado Kyuji's ear. Occasionally, his eyes would fall on Tanjiro's dead body that fell on the ground, and occasionally on the woman who was buried in her arms who was completely panicked, silently looking at her pale but delicate body. Face, at last he is looking up at the sky. There was a long silence. The death of Kamado Tanjuro has dealt a great blow to the Kamado family, but people died. It is dead, impossible to come back alive. Although for Tanjiro, Nezuko and others there is a lot of reluctance to lose their father, but those who should leave finally leave. As long as it is human, death is inevitable. It is even more impossible to avoid life and death. These days, Su-Mu is very busy. Although Tanjiro is dead, there are still things that should be dealt with. For example, almost everything about Tanjiro's funeral fell into his hands. Kamado Ai has been sick for the past few days and cannot help. Nezuko also almost shut himself in the room, crying silently. As for Takeo, Hanako and Shidru, they are too young to help and need to take care of them. The only one who can help Su-Mu is Tanjiro. Perhaps seeing his father die in front of him with his own eyes, this young man seemed to have changed a lot these days and began to mature rapidly. It's just that this boy who loved to laugh before seemed to be silent a lot. I began to silently follow Su-Mu to deal with the funeral matters, always doing what I could. The winter wind is a bit bleak. The sounds of horns, drums and monks beating wooden fish are transmitted to the distance along with the cold winter wind. Kamado Tanjiro's funeral was quite luxurious, and Su-Mu specially invited people to the town and spent a lot of money. Compared with the sound of the Suona sounded at the funeral and the sound of the mourning words, the Kamado family seemed much quieter. "Uncle, is it father who will never accompany me again?" Watching the body of his father Kamado Tanjuro being buried, Nezuko held Su-Mu's hand tightly with his small hands, expecting some kind of answer in those eyes. Seeing the girl's blinking eyes and the crystal-clear teardrops streaming from the corners of her eyes, Su-Mu stretched out her hand and gently wiped away the tears falling on the corners of the girl's eyes. Facing the girl's expectant eyes, it seems that there is a force that makes Su-Mu unable to say the words that make Nezuko's expectations come to nothing. He squatted down, rubbed the girl's soft hair and said softly, "Tanjiro is just going to a far, far away place. One day we will go to that place too. On that day Nezuko will be with you again. Tanjiro meet? How long was that day?" The girl's hand holding Su-Mu's sleeve tightened slightly. "I don't know either." Su-Mu shook his head, "But I know that Tanjiro must expect Nezuko to be happy every day. So Nezuko, be strong." The girl didn't speak, just lowered her head and the sound of sobbing came softly. Su-Mu stretched out her hand and hugged Nezuko in her arms, silently watching the funeral being carried out by the people invited from the town. At this moment, Tanjiro and his mother Kamado Ai are burning paper money for the buried Tanjiro. The flame rolled up the paper money and with the howling wind it blew around with a little bit of flame and gradually extinguished. Tanjiro's face was pale and he seemed very silent with his head down, just burning the paper money silently. Like Tanjiro, Kamado Kyuji was dressed in sackcloth, kneeling upright in front of the brazier burning paper money, dressed in plain white with a white rope tied around her waist, which almost perfectly outlined her slender waist. Because of his illness these past few days, his face was frighteningly pale and a gust of wind seemed to blow him to the ground. Kamado Kyuji has been ill for the past few days and it is not suitable to be exposed to cold wind. At this moment in the cold wind, her body began to tremble unconsciously. Su-Mu hugged Nezuko and came to Kamado Ai looking at Mrs. Ai. At this moment, she took off her coat and put it on Kamado Ai's thin body, watching Tanjiro's corpse being completely buried, and then said softly to Kamado Kyuji, "Ms. Kyuji, go back, your body can't stand blowing like this." Tanjiro next to him also raised his head, looked at his pale mother and said, "Mom, it's enough to have Tanjiro here. It's fine, I can still hold on." Kamado Ijai lowered her head and said softly while burning a stack of paper money in the brazier. Seeing Kamado Kyuji's stubborn look, Su-Mu looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, if your mother's body continues like this, I'm afraid I can't bear it. I'll take her back first. Well, trouble, uncle. Tanjiro nodded, looking at Sumiu with gratitude. Kamado Kyuji wanted to say something, but Sumiu stretched out her hand and hugged Kamado Kyuji directly by the waist. Kamado Kyuji exclaimed slightly, struggling unconsciously. Mrs. Kyuji, don't move around. Don't you know what your physical condition is? What if the condition worsens? Do you want me to take care of you all the time? Sumiu's voice was slightly heavier and her tone was a little harsh. Kamado Ijai, who was still struggling, seemed to be frightened and immediately stopped moving. The mountain road was a bit bumpy. Sumiu was walking on the way back with Nezuko in one hand and Kamado in the other. Although Kamado Queijai and Nezuko were not too heavy, they were not too light when added together. In addition, the roads in the mountains in winter were not easy to walk. After a while, Sumiu became a little out of breath. Mujun, let me down, I can leave by myself? Kamado, who had always been quiet, said cautiously as if afraid of offending the other party. Sumiu was also a little tired, so she put down the Kamado sunflower branch. Landing on the ground and standing still, Kamado Kyuji raised his head secretly, looked at Sumiu, who was holding Nezuko and was slightly out of breath and couldn't help but whispered, Mu-jun, I'm sorry to trouble you. Okay, let's go back. Sumiu glanced at Kamado Kyuji's plain white clothes. Looking at Sumiu, who seemed to have suddenly become indifferent, Kamado Kyuji suddenly panicked a little, afraid that Mu-jun would suddenly get angry and leave here. If there is no Lord Mu to help, how can I raise the children as a woman? If there is no man in this family, what should we do if we encounter something in such a deep mountain? The more she thought about it, the more panicked the woman became. She raised her head from time to time and secretly traced to Mu-jun, who was walking in front, as if she was afraid that the other party would run away suddenly. The road in the deep mountain is not easy to walk, and because of the snow, it is 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Sumiu walked in front and Kamado Kyuji followed suit, but because of Sumiu's height, every time he took a step, Kamado Kyuji had to trot 2 steps to keep up. Moreover, due to the illness and the cold wind, Kamado Ijai only feels that his legs and feet are limp and his whole body seems to have no strength, always feel dizzy head. Although he was unwell, Kamado Kyuji didn't say anything, just kept his mouth shut and silently followed Mu-jun, raising his head from time to time, looking at Mu-jun's back with a worried face. From the way back to now, Mu-jun has not spoken and he seems very silent, which makes Kamado Kyuji very worried, even some scared. Because Tanjuro has already left, there is no one who can support this family anymore, relying on her alone. Thinking of this, she felt an indescribable sense of panic in her heart. Looking at the back in front, I always feel that in the next second this solid back will go away. Just now, did I make Mr. Mu angry? Kamado Ijai panicked. The place where Tanjuro was buried was not too far from the place where the Kamado family lived, and they arrived home after a while. Worried along the way, coupled with the fact that he was already sick and was continuously exposed to the cold wind, Kamado Ijai only felt dizzy at the moment. But at this time, Kamado Kyuji didn't dare to take a rest. Seeing Sumiu was about to enter the house, he hurriedly opened the room with small steps. Sumiu stretched out the hand that opened the door of the house and hung in the air. Looked at the door that had been opened by Kamado Kyuji and looked at Kamado Kyuji standing beside the door at the moment with his head lowered, hands on his lower abdomen, and slightly bowing brows wrinkled unconsciously. After a while he shook his head, said nothing, and entered the room with Nezuko, who was already asleep in his arms. As Sumiu walked into the room, Kamado Kyuji followed with small steps. Sumiu first came to Nezuko's room, carefully placed Nezuko on the bed, covered him with a futon, looked at the other person's slightly closed eyes and tear-stained face and couldn't help but sighed slightly. It seems that Tanjiro's passing away, the blow to Nezuko is really big. I hope I can get out of the pain soon. Sumiu murmured softly and then exited Nezuko's room, closing the door gently. In the living room, Sumiu just sat down on the chair and planned to take a rest when there was a sound of tapping footsteps. Mrs. Kyuji held a cup of hot tea and gently placed it on Sumiu's left hand. After putting down the hot tea, Kamado Ai took small steps to pick up the towel that was placed in the room for wiping the floor. Then, with his feet together, he knelt on the floor, bent his waist, and pressed the rag on the floor with both hands. Start to wipe the road you just walked with a towel carefully and strive to clean and tidy the floor of the house. Looking at Kamado Ijai's movements, especially the slightly pale face under the hanging black hair, he frowned unconsciously. He reminded Kamado Kyuji just now that he must pay attention to his body when he comes back. Since he came back, the other party has been busy all the time. Although she has been wiping the floor seriously, Kamado Kyuji has been carefully observing Su-Mu's face. Afraid to make Su-Mu angry again, after all, this family can no longer rely on it. After all, the burden on this family is too heavy. Who is willing to take over such a mess? Although Mukun is Tanjiro's good friend, seeing the current family life in Kamado's family, I am afraid that I have worries in my heart. After all, it is not Tanjiro and Nezuko who are raising 2 children, but the younger Takeo, Hanako, Shidru, and Rokuta, making a total of 6 children. With 6 children and such a heavy family pressure, anyone who sees them will be discouraged. It is precisely this heavy pressure that made Kamado Ai quickly come out of the grief of Tanjiro's death and began to think about how to raise the child. Only a weak woman with so many children, just thinking about it, Kamado Kyuji feels. So, at this moment, Kamado Kyuji is really afraid that Su-Mu will choose to leave at this time. Therefore, when Kamado Kyuji saw Su-Mu frowning, his whole heart was raised and the movement of wiping the floor could not help but lighten slightly. Mrs. Kyuji. Su-Mu frowned and spoke. As soon as Su-Mu spoke, Kamado Kyuji felt that Mujun must want to leave. Thinking of this, Kamado Kyuji felt helpless and almost instinctively knelt in front of Su-Mu. Please, Mr. Mu, don't leave. I will be very sensible, I will be very obedient, and the children will also be very obedient, and I will definitely not make Mr. Mu angry. There were tears in the woman's eyes, her face was pale, plus she had just done housework and she didn't come to tidy up in time, her clothes were also a little messy, anyone who looked at it seemed to be bullied. Also, please, Mu-jun, don't leave. I will be very sensible, I will be very obedient, and the children will also be very obedient, and I will definitely not make Mr. Mu angry. Kamado Ijai knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes, messy clothes, a filial piety, and a hemp rope tied around her waist to perfectly outline her slender waist. The woman lowered her head slightly, her head almost touching her surging chest. The hair is slightly disheveled, most of it has been tied and hangs down behind and some hang down on the cheeks. Mu-jun, please don't be angry. Kamado Kyuji stretched out a small hand carefully, grabbing the corner of Su-Mu's clothes with some care. Seeing this scene, Su-Mu was also in a daze. When did he say he was leaving? He just wanted to tell Kamado Kyuji that Kamado Kyuji should not be so tired. Now that he is sick, he doesn't need to do these jobs. The most important thing now is to rest his body. Who knew that Kamado Kyuji suddenly knelt down for him and said such things? However, seeing Kamado Kyuji kneeling on the ground with a pale face, sorrow in his brows, weeping in a low voice, and his slender eyelashes were stained with a lot of water mist, it was a pitiful little appearance which made Su-Mu feel sad, heart-pounding. He stood up from the chair he was sitting on, helped Kamado Ai up, and while holding Kamado Ai's soft little hand, he said seriously, Mrs. Ai, don't worry, since I promised Mr. Tanjuro, she will definitely take good care of her wife and daughter. How could I abandon you and leave you? As he spoke, he patted Kamado Ijai's soft little hand. Hearing what Mujun said, Kamado Kyuji also felt a little relieved, but he was still a little worried in his heart. He glanced at Mujun carefully and asked in a weak voice, Mujun, what you said is true. Certainly. Then just now Mujun seemed to be very angry. Kamado Kyuji glanced at Su-Mu cautiously and said in a weak voice, Aren't I concerned about Mrs. Kyuji's body? Su-Mu caressed Kamado Kyuji's little hand and said softly, You are still sick, and because of Tanjiro's funeral these days you have to drag your sick body to attend, and it's been cold these days. I see your complexion is not good. I told you to take a good rest, but when you come home you are so busy so you don't pay attention to your body. Of course I am angry. Hearing Su-Mu's explanation, Kamado Kyuiji was relieved and realized that he had just misunderstood Mr. Mu. This made Kamado Ijai unconsciously feel guilty. I just felt that it was my own fault that caused Lord Mu to be angry. Listening to the deep caring words in Mujun's words, it seemed that every word touched her heart, making her heart feel as if soaked in warm water. I just felt that Mujun is really a very good person. Gentle, very reliable boy. I'm sorry I shouldn't have misunderstood Mr. Mu. Kamado Ai lowered her head and whispered. It was only at this time that she realized that Mu-jun was still holding her little hand, and even the other party was still gently stroking her little hand, as if she wanted to play with her little hand carefully. Feeling this, Kamado Kyuiji's pretty cheeks also became hot for a while, and her little hand was retracted as if electrocuted. However, after taking it back as if afraid of Mu-jun's anger, he raised his head cautiously and saw that Mu-jun's expression was still the same as before, as if the action just now was not intentional. This made Kamado Ijai heave a sigh of relief and at the same time feel inexplicably disappointed. Unconsciously, he sneaked another look at Mu-jun's side face and felt that the other party was really a very nice and gentle person. Even at this moment, I feel that when Nezuko grows up, marrying Nezuko to him is also excellent, and I will definitely be able to obtain happiness. Although the other party is much older than Nezuko, it's okay for a boy to be older and not too much older. As for myself, Kamado Kyuiji didn't think much about it. She was already a woman, how could she remarry? She was doomed to die alone for the rest of her life. She didn't dare to have extravagant demands, let alone a gentle person like Mu-jun. Hurry up and go back to the house to rest. I will make some medicine for you later, Su-mu said softly. Kamado Kyuiji whispered. Her voice was weak and she seemed very docile. However, before returning to his room to rest, Kamado Kyuiji turned his head, bit his lip with white and tender teeth, put his hands on his lower abdomen and bowed slightly. Mu-jun, if there is anything wrong with me in the future, don't worry about it. Please, Mr. Mu, scold me severely, don't be angry about it. If Mr. Mu is angry, you can scold me severely and vent all your anger. Su-mu raised her eyebrows with some incomprehension in her eyes. It's just that when his eyes fell on Kamado Kyuiji, he was unconsciously attracted by the mountains supported by the clothes. Feeling Mu-jun's gaze, although she has always dressed conservatively, even now without revealing anything but feeling Mu-jun's gaze, she still feels her cheeks are hot. Hastily turned around. After entering the room and closing the door, Kamado Ijai was almost leaning against the wall. The burning eyes of the other party still made her heart beat thumping until now. Looking at the closed door, Su-mu shook her head and went to the kitchen, ready to boil some medicinal herbs for Kamado's sunflower branch. The other party was already sick and there were so many things that happened these days. Plus the handling of Tanjiro's funeral in the past few days, the other party had to work hard and his health was also very bad under such circumstances, and he could tell now the other party's body is just holding on if it doesn't nourish well. It may really fall ill completely. Soon, a bowl of boiled soup was cooked by Su-mu. Mrs. Kyuiji, I've taken some medicine. Holding the decoction, Su-mu stood at the door of Kamado Kyuiji and shouted. After waiting for a while, seeing no movement, Su-mu said again, I'm going in. With that said, he pushed open the door. When I got to the room, I found that at this moment, Kamado Ijai was struggling to get up from the bed and his face was paler than before. Don't move, it looks like you're struggling to get up, let me feed you, Su-mu spoke. Where can I make Mr. Mu? Kamado Kyuiji lowered her head, struggling to get up, and asked Mujun to cook soup for him. It was already her fault, how could she ask Mujun to feed her? What's more, she is a woman now, she can't be fed by Mujun, she will be gossiped by others, she is fine. If it tarnishes Mujun's reputation, then she should never should. However, before Kamado Kyuiji struggled to get up, he realized that his shoulders had been pressed, and Mu-jun had come to her side at some point and said in an undeniable voice, Mrs. Move, listen to me carefully, if you don't listen to me I will be angry. Kamado Aoi raised his head just in time to meet the other party's stern eyes. Her lips twitched slightly, trying to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. He could only lower his head and said weakly, "If outsiders see it, it will hurt Mu-jun's reputation. After all, she is considered a widowed woman now, and such a matter of feeding soup and medicine will really be gossiped." Obedient, a harsh, undeniable voice came to Kamado Aoi's ears. The voice is very harsh, but Kamado Ijai always feels that he likes this harsh feeling and wants to be so harsh forever. In a quiet room, the only sound is the soft sound of the soup spoon scooping up the medicine bowl. Now, lying on the bed, Kamado's sunflower branch unconsciously tensed up slightly and gently swallowed a spoonful of medicinal soup that Su Mu had just scooped up. The medicinal soup is very bitter and has an astringent taste which is very difficult to swallow, but at this moment, Kamado Kyuiji seems to be unaware of the bitterness. At this moment, she didn't even dare to open her eyes, she only dared to show a gap. Through this gap, Kamado AI branch see in this small room a man. Zhang didn't dislike it at all and gently blew on the soup spoon, blowing the slightly scalding medicinal soup to a suitable temperature. Then he gently put the soup ladle into his mouth. So careful, so gentle. Having grown so big, Kamado Kyuiji has never been treated so tenderly. When I was at the lowest point in my life, I felt anxious and confused about the future. When I met such gentle treatment, I just feel like my whole heart is going to melt away. This moment. Kamado Aoi only feels one of my hearts seems to have been hooked away. Kamado Kyuiji lay slightly on the bed, blinking his eyelashes slightly, watching the man feed him the medicinal soup bit by bit, watching each other's patient movements, look at each other's profile. There was gentle sunlight falling on the side face of the other party at this moment, as if it made the other party's face inexplicably attractive. Her heartbeat couldn't help but increase, her breathing was also slightly rapid, and her cheeks began to feel hot. As if feeling something, Su Mu looked at Kamado Kyuiji, who was struggling slightly and peeking through a gap, with a hint of playfulness at the corner of her mouth. "Why, what is Mrs. Kyuiji secretly watching me for?" The sudden voice and Mu-jun's eyes suddenly staring at him playfully made Kamado Kyuiji feel as if his heart was about to jump out instantly and his palms were unconsciously clenched. The fragrant sweat. I didn't. He explained anxiously, but under Mu-jun's gaze he only felt that his brain was empty and he felt like he was about to suffocate. "Mrs. Kyuiji, did you really not see anything?" Su Mu lowered his head slightly, approached slowly and looked directly into Kamado Kyuiji's eyes. Kamado Kyuiji couldn't help but dodge his eyes and his beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly. At this moment, he only felt that the other party's eyes were looking at him so deep as the stars in the starry sky, with an inexplicable attraction. Especially at this moment, the other party is getting closer and closer, making her feel that her whole delicate body is tense at this moment. She could even feel Mu-jun's breath hit her face, looking at each other's playful eyes. At such a moment, she didn't know why, but a look of anticipation emerged in her heart, looking forward to each other. The eyelashes trembled slightly and the beautiful eyes closed unconsciously, just waited for a long time, nothing happened. Unconsciously, my heart was a little empty and for a moment a sense of loss surfaced beside my heart. She knew that she shouldn't look forward to it and she shouldn't feel disappointed, but just now. But inexplicably looking forward to, but also lost because of the failure of expectations. Opening his eyes involuntarily, Kamado Kyuiji found that Mu-jun was still looking at him, but there was some wicked playfulness in his eyes. It's as if it's broken to the bone. To tear her bones apart bit by bit, devour her flesh and blood bit by bit, whether it is body or soul, they are all enslaved by it. "What were you thinking just now, Mrs. Kyuiji?" Su Mu said softly, especially when the word Mrs. Kyuiji was added a lot. His cheeks were hot at this moment and he couldn't help feeling a strong sense of guilt. Just remembered, I am still one survivor. Tanjuro had not died long ago, he had just been buried and even his ashes were not cold yet. And myself, but she is so unruly and thinks about things that she shouldn't think about. But when Kamado Kyuiji was at a loss, he suddenly felt a big hand on his head. A gentle hand caressed his forehead. "It's still very hot, it looks like it's still running a fever," with a low whisper of a male voice. "Your health is still poor, you need to take good care of your body." A gentle voice rang in his ears and the hot air from his mouth hit his earlobe. Kamado Ijai's ears felt hot at this moment. Mrs. Kuiji, take a good rest and take good care of my body. Sumyu stretched out her hand, rubbed Kamado Kuiji's black and smooth hair and said softly, now after taking the medicine take a good rest and don't think about anything. The answer was Kamado Ijai's docile voice. Okay. Sumyu stretched out her hand and pinched Kamado Kuiji's white and tender cheek. Take a rest. I don't want Mrs. Kuiji's body to be broken. With a few manly smiles, Kamado Ai's face became hot for a while, these feelings all never experienced before. Feelings I've never experienced before. At this moment, Kamado Ijai even felt that he seemed to have returned to the time when he was still a girl, full of expectations for the future, and fantasized about his future Prince Charming. But living in this era. Her love, her marriage, everything is arranged and she has no choice of her own. She in such an era get married at an age that matches this era and have children when you have children that match this era. Everything it's all in order, but now. It seems that I have returned to the time when I was a young girl with a heart full of youthful youth for a moment and regained my passion. Night I don't know when it will come quietly. Sumyu stood by the window alone. Looking at the sky covered with stars, at some point a slightly cold wind blows, making one's body feel cold. With Kamado Tanjuro's funeral over, everything seemed to calm down. But Sumyu knew that all of this was only on the surface, and what lay beneath the surface was infinite cruelty. Every night as night falls, there will be evil spirits haunting the people addicted, and ghost hunters will appear to kill evil spirits and protect human beings. Every night some evil spirits will die and some ghost hunters will be swallowed by ghosts. Hidden beneath the surface of this world is a real cannibalism. The current Kamado family is still very peaceful, and in the next few years it will still be very peaceful here, but only a few years of peaceful time. After that, the appearance of Kibutsuji Musen will break the peace. Cruel scenes will befall the Kamado family. At that moment, no matter it is Kamado Ai, Takeo, Hanako, Shidru, Rokuta, they will all die tragically. Nezuko will also become a demon, enduring the torment of cannibalism all the time, while Tanjiro, although alive, will always live in the pain of losing his loved one's middle. Thinking of Kamado Ai's beautiful face and graceful figure, thinking of Nezuko's cute face, these beautiful things will be destroyed. And these now belong to him. It's definitely not what he wants to see if what belongs to him is destroyed, so for him, there is only one way to change. Tanjiro, since I promised to take care of your wife and daughter, I will take good care of it, he whispered softly. The easiest way is to take the Kamado family away from the place where they lived for generations and go to a safe place. But in this way, there is no real guarantee that Kibutsuji Musen will not come to the door again. After all, the Kamado family, as the heirs of Jai Goyuan's will, is destined to be a thorn in Kibutsuji Musen's side and a thorn in his flesh. It is also doomed that the Kamado family and Kibutsuji Musen are opposed to each other. Therefore, avoidance cannot be avoided. Only by killing Kibutsuji Musen can the threat be resolved. If he was just an ordinary person, he would naturally not have the idea of solving Kibutsuji Musen, but he is not an ordinary person with the existence of an attribute panel as long as he accumulates step by step. He will eventually be able to reach the height of Kibutsuji Musen, one day even go beyond Kibutsuji Musen. By that time, Kibutsuji Musen will no longer be his own threat. But before you grow up, you must ensure your own safety, and for this, you must make more preparations. In addition to his own growth, he can also cultivate some combat power. So with hardly any hesitation, he pushed open the door and knocked on Tanjiro's room. Tanjiro opened the door, saw that it was Sumyu, and couldn't help shouting respectfully, "Uncle, Sumyu nodded and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder at the same time. "I have something to talk to you about." "Good." Tanjiro also immediately agreed, although he was wondering what Uncle was going to talk to him about. Following Sumyu to his room, Tanjiro looked at Sumyu suspiciously. "Sit." Sumyu patted Tanjiro's shoulder with a gentle voice. Sitting down, Tanjiro finally couldn't help asking, "Uncle, what do you want to talk to me about?" For Uncle, Tanjiro is full of respect and gratitude. These days, Uncle has helped his family a lot and he sees everything in his eyes. And these days, his mother has been teaching him to respect uncle, to be grateful to uncle, and to listen to uncle. Before your father left, he should have told you, right? Sumyu asked without seeming to care. I've talked a lot, but I don't know what uncle wants to ask. Tanjiro was a little puzzled, thinking of the night before his father left. Tanjiro's mood fell unconsciously. Something about ghosts? Sumyu looked at Tanjiro with serious eyes. Ghost? There was doubt in Tanjiro's eyes, and he thought carefully about what his father said to him the night before he left, but he never mentioned anything about ghosts. Seeing Tanjiro's puzzled expression, Sumyu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Tanjiro-san was afraid that the burden on you would be too heavy, so he didn't tell you everything. Uncle, what the hell? Tanjiro straightened up involuntarily and unconsciously grabbed uncle's clothes. As the eldest son of the Kamado family, no matter how heavy the burden of the family is, he should bear it. He wanted uncle to tell him everything. Hey, I thought I'd tell you when you were older, but after all, you are the eldest son of the Kamado family, so it is necessary to know all this. Uncle, please tell me. Tanjiro also looked serious. Sumyu nodded, then stared at Tanjiro with serious eyes. Tanjiro, do you believe that ghosts exist in this world? Tanjiro, do you believe that ghosts exist in this world? Sumyu looked at Tanjiro with serious eyes. Mentioning ghosts successively made Tanjiro feel very puzzled and unconsciously thought about ghosts. As for ghosts, he has never seen them. However, in my memory when I was very young, when my grandma was still there at that time. My grandma liked to sit on the threshold of the house at sunset holding him in her arms and told him more than once, "It's dark, don't go out, there will be evil spirits outside." At that time, every night he was even afraid that the evil spirits would suddenly appear and eat him. Gradually, as he grew up and understood a little bit, Tanjiro realized that it was Grandma who was scaring him. The so-called ghosts only exist in the story. Ghosts may not exist in this world. However, looking at Uncle's serious look, Tanjiro was full of doubts. Could it be that there really are evil spirits in this world? If it didn't exist, how could Uncle ask him such a question? I have no idea. After a long time facing Uncle's eyes, Tanjiro could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know why Uncle suddenly asked about this. Because it concerns the Kamado family. Ghost, is it related to my family? Tanjiro's eyes widened, feeling incomprehensible. Sumyu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and motioned him to sit down and listen carefully. A long time ago, there was a man named Jai Yuanyi who was a very powerful swordsman and was even known as a god and Buddha walking in the world. In the era of Jai Goyueni, evil spirits often haunt and eat people, and people began to become the food of evil spirits. In order to fight against evil spirits, people began to organize to hunt evil spirits, but there is an extremely powerful existence among evil spirits, who is also the ancestor of all evil spirits, the origin of the creation of demons. In order to eliminate the evil spirits and stop them from causing trouble in the world, people organized swordsmen to hunt and kill Kibutsuji Musen, but Kibutsuji Musen is too powerful. No one is its opponent. All those who participated in hunting it were brutally killed by Kibutsuji Musen. At this time, Jai Goyuan appeared. He joined the ghost-killing team and started hunting ghosts. No evil ghost can survive under Jai Goyuen's sword. In the end, Jai Goyuan found Kibutsuji Musen. Even if he was as strong as Kibutsuji Musen, even if he was known as the most perfect creature in the world, he was almost killed by Jai Goyuan's sword. Listening to Uncle's narration, Tanjiro's heart was also surging, and he worshipped the human being who could make even ghosts feel scared. However, Tanjiro is still very puzzled. What does any of this have to do with the Kamado family? As if seeing the doubts in Tanjiro's heart, Sumyu continued, Jai Goyuan has a very good friend, and the name of this friend is Kamado Tanji. When he heard Kamado Tanji, Tanjiro also had a second guess in his heart. Tanjiro doesn't know the name of his ancestor, maybe it is in the family tree, but obviously Tanjiro won't remember it. After all, it's too long ago, but the word Kamado says everything. So Tanjiro pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Although Jai Goyuan almost killed Kibutsuji Musen in the end, he let Kibutsuji Musen run away, which made Jai Goyuan blame himself very much, because Jai Goyuan thought that the reason why he was born in this world in a situation far stronger than ordinary people was to kill Kibutsuji Musen, but he messed up. He did not kill Kibutsuji Musen, but he felt that many people lost their lives because of him. And Jai Goyuan realized that he was sorry for these people. Therefore, Jai Goyuan chose to continue looking for Kibutsuji Musen in his later life and tried to kill Kibutsuji Musen completely. However, human life is limited after all, but ghosts have unlimited lifespan, so Jai Goyuan found Kamado Tanjuro and gave Kamado Tanjuro his earrings and the inheritance of Breath of the Sun, lest the inheritance be completely cut off in time. And Kamado Tanjuro also expressed that he would cherish the life guarded by Enishi Jai Kuni and continue the inheritance. After finishing speaking, Sumyu looked at Tanjuro. Now you understand, Ghost, why is it related to the Kamado family? Tanjuro nodded. Because the Kamado family inherited the will from Jai Yuanyi, and Jai Yuanyi is a person who makes ghosts feel afraid. They will worry that the Kamado family will inherit the things of Jai Yuanyi come down. When talking about this, Tanjuro couldn't help but clenched his fist slightly. So, the evil spirits will destroy the inheritance at all costs, and the Kamado family will also become the enemies of the evil spirits. While talking, Tanjuro stood up abruptly. I must not let the evil spirits harm my family. Looking at Tanjiro's appearance at this moment, Sumyu is also full of relief. So, we can't sit still, let alone hope that the evil spirits can't find us. After all, this is not only about your life but also about Tanjiro's mother, brother, sister's life. Therefore, we must become stronger and hold the future in our own hands. I don't hope that one day when the evil spirits come, we can only sit back and watch the things we care about be destroyed. I don't even hope that our happiness will be destroyed by evil spirits along with the smell of blood. Uncle, what should we do to protect our happiness from being destroyed? Tanjiro stared at Sumyu with burning eyes. Inheritance comes from Jiguo Yuani's inheritance, Sumyu said seriously. Also, Tanjiro, I hope you will work hard enough in the days to come because you bear the burden of a family on your shoulders. Sumyu patted Tanjiro's shoulder and said seriously, I understand, Uncle, I'll try. Tanjiro nodded seriously but immediately asked again, but Uncle, where is Jai Goyuani's inheritance? Didn't your father tell you all this? Sumyu's eyes flickered unconsciously and at the same time he asked with a questioning tone, didn't your father entrust all of this to you that night? Didn't tell me that? Tanjiro shook his head. In this way you will tell me what your father said to you that night. Okay, Uncle. Tanjiro didn't doubt anything and directly told all his father's instructions that night. After Sumyu listened one by one, her eyes fell on Tanjiro's face from time to time, observing the expression of Tanjiro's speech. He only sighed slightly after Tanjiro finished speaking. Unexpectedly, the other party still gave him a hand. In fact, when Tanjiro was finally taught the Through the World, Tanjiro could have taken him with him and studied together so that he could also understand the Through the World. But in the end, Tanjiro didn't take him with him, just bring your own son with you. As for Tanjiro passing on his father's teaching that night to him, it is not very possible. It can give him some explanations about breathing, but it can't guide him about penetrating the world at all. After all, Tanjiro himself has not reached the transparent world, so how can he teach the transparent world? Only people like Tanjiro who have reached the transparent world can make people understand the feeling of entering the transparent world. After all, that is the transparent world. It is the supreme realm that can only be reached after going all out and enduring the pain. If you haven't reached that level, you can't comprehend the feeling of that level at all. Tanjiro, I treat you like a brother. These days, I have been taking good care of your wife and daughter, but you have never treated me sincerely. Obviously, you can bring Tanjiro and me, let's experience the transparent world together, but you only brought Tanjiro with you after all. It really makes me a little sad. Sumyu whispered slightly. Uncle. Looking at Sumyu, who suddenly fell silent, Tanjiro wondered if he had said something wrong and made the other party angry, and a look of worry could not help but appear in his eyes. In the past few days, his mother has been teaching him to treat Uncle with the same respect as his father, not to make Uncle angry and to listen to Uncle. Tanjiro is a very filial child and he will naturally obey his mother's words. Nothing. Came back from thinking, looked at Tanjiro's worried smile, couldn't help but smiled, stretched out his hand and touched Tanjiro's head. Since your father didn't tell you about the inheritance of Jiguo Yuani, then let me do it. Let me tell you, Tanjiro couldn't help being shocked. The so-called inheritance left by Jai Goyueni is mainly the breathing of the sun, and breathing also includes the breathing that your father taught you to pay attention to on weekdays. Sword shape, sword type. Tanjiro murmured he didn't remember his father being able to do things like swordsmanship. Yes, the sword shape is matched with the sword shape that belongs to the breath of the sun in order to bring out the power of the breath of the sun. The sword shape. Tanjiro asked. The so-called sword shape has always been contained in the Kagura dance passed down from generation to generation in your Kamado family. God of Fire Kagura, Tanjiro couldn't help murmuring. Naturally, Tanjiro is not unfamiliar with the God of Fire Kagura dance. It is a dance performed at the beginning of each new year to pray for the safety of Master Vulcan. There are 12 dance patterns in total. Worship Lord Vulcan. When dancing this dance, my father will always dance tirelessly for a whole day. This God of Fire Kagura dance is not only full of the initial breath of the sun, but also contains the 12 sword shapes that match it, and this is what Jai Goyuani left for Kamado, a family legacy. Su-Mu patted Tanjiro's shoulder and spoke seriously. In fact, the 12 dance shapes of God of Fire Kagura dance do not represent the 12 sword shapes of breath of the sun but 13 sword types. Tanjiro did not expect that at the beginning of each new year, the fire god Kagura dance presented to Lord Vulcan to pray for the coming year's peace would contain the inheritance left by Jai Goyueni, and his heart was shocked for a long time. Tanjiro, do you still remember the fire god Kagura dance performed by your father? Su-Mu patted Tanjiro's shoulder and spoke softly. I remember. Tanjiro nodded. Since he was very young, his father taught him the God of Fire Kagami music dance. I remember that at the very beginning he was severely reprimanded by his father because of the wrong dance pattern. Very good, now you will demonstrate the God of Fire Kagura dance in front of me. He spoke softly. Good. Tanjiro nodded and started jumping up. Su-Mu stared closely, watching the turning of Tanjiro's footsteps, every movement, and at the same time paying attention to the other person's breathing once, twice, 3 times. It was only when Tanjiro was out of breath that he could barely move that he was stopped by Su-Mu. Hoo-hoo. After stopping, Su-Mu asked Tanjiro to tell him about the breathing that should be paid attention to when dancing the God of Fire Kagura dance. Tanjiro didn't have any reservations and told them one by one. After listening, Su-Mu also closed her eyes and began to recall the God of Fire Kagura dance danced by Tanjiro just now in her mind. Blow with the wind. Su-Mu, who closed her eyes, moved. The clothes fly with the movement of the body. Stepping in a special rhythm, the wrist shakes with the movement accompanied by the movement of the body. It is the rhythm of breathing that Su-Mu pays attention to. I don't know how long, just when Su-Mu was immersed in it, a mechanical, seemingly emotionless voice sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, learn the breath of the sun. The sudden sound brought Su-Mu, who was immersed in it, back to his senses, and his eyes instinctively stayed on his own attribute panel name. Su-Mu physique, 1 normal adult physique is 1. Dexterity, 1 normal adult dexterity is 1. Strength, 1. Normal adult strength is 1, spirit 1 2 normal adult spirit is 1, cultivation method breath of the day 0 1 100, attribute points earned 0 3. Looking at the breath of the sun exercises added to her system template, Su-Mu showed a thoughtful look on her face. Soon Su-Mu focused his attention on the 0 1 10 mark behind the breath of the sun. These days, Su-Mu probably knows something about the attribute panel after exploring the attribute panel. The 0 1 in the so-called 0 1 10 should be his own progress on the breath of the sun, and 10 should represent the complete mastery of the breath of the sun. Looking at the 0 3 attribute points he had accumulated these days, after a little hesitation he chose to add 0 1 of them to the breath of the sun. following the addition of 0.1 points of acquired attributes to the breath of the sun. Su-Mu's body shook suddenly as if his head was hit on the forehead by a heavy fist in an instant. There is a feeling of dizziness. Then, my countless experiences of practicing the breath of the sun suddenly appeared in my mind, day after day from morning to night without stopping. As he practiced day by day, his understanding of the breath of the sun became deeper and deeper. At this moment, Su-Mu seemed to feel that her breathing seemed to be much longer. At this moment, Su-Mu felt that he could start to slightly control his breathing, and even had an intuition that he could inhale a large amount of oxygen into his lungs in an instant, and at that instant, his physical fitness would also occur overall improvement. About 10 minutes later, Su-Mu just recovered from the dizzy state. Even so, there is still some dizziness in my mind, but at the same time I also clearly feel that I seem to have a lot of mastery of the breath of the sun. Involuntarily, Su-Mu once again set his sights on the system template. However, when he saw the changes in the system template, his eyes couldn't help but a slight huh sound appeared for a moment. There seems to be some changes to the own property template. Name, Su-Mu. Physique 1-5. Physique of a normal adult is 1. Dexterity 1-5. Normal adult dexterity is 1. Strength 1-5. Normal adult strength is 1. Spirit 125. Normal adult spirit is 1. Cultivation method breath of the day 0-100. Attribute points earned 0-2. Su-Mu set his gaze on his attribute template, slightly surprised. He remembered that he only had 0-3 acquired attribute points before, and he added 0-1 of them to sun's breath and did not add the remaining 0-2 to other things. But now my agility, physique, strength, and spirit have increased by 0.5. That is to say, a total of 0.2 attribute points have been added. As for the 0.3 attribute points I have obtained in total these days after adding 0.1 points to the breath of the sun, the remaining 0.2 attribute points that I have obtained have not decreased. This also means that by adding 0.1 attribute points to the sun breath, not only has he obtained the practice experience on sun breath, but his physical fitness has improved in all aspects. This is better than simply adding to physical fitness and obtaining a single attribute enhancement, so there's hardly any hesitation. He immediately added the remaining 0.2 attribute points to sun's breath. Suddenly more memories of practicing sun breath appeared in my mind than before. Day after day of penance experience emerged in his mind, making his understanding of the breath of the sun more and more profound. After a long time, Su-Mu finally woke up from the immersion. At this moment, he felt that he had a better grasp of the control of breathing. Taking a breath with his understanding of the breath of the sun, Su-Mu also understood why the ghost killing squad was able to deal with those unkillable monsters with human bodies by relying on the breathing method. With the addition of the remaining 0.2 attribute points to breath of the sun, his attribute panel also changed again. Name, Su-Mu. Physique 115. Normal adult physique is 1. Dexterity 115. Normal adult dexterity is 1. Strength 115. Normal adult strength is 1. Spirit 135. Normal adult spirit is 1. Cultivation method breath of the day 0-100. Attribute points obtained 0. Seeing the changes on his attribute panel, Su-Mu also subconsciously smiled. Unconsciously, Su-Mu began to practice the God of Fire Kagura dance again. If we say that at the beginning, when he learned from Tanjuro, his movements were clumsy and even prone to mistakes. But now every movement of his is flowing. The 12 dance patterns are no longer just imitations, but seem to contain many different things. Beside Tanjuro, who had just finished rehearsing in front of Su-Mu, saw that Uncle started to practice clumsily. Among them, there were mistakes in many movements which made Tanjuro want to come forward and talk about it. And then, Uncle suddenly paused. At this time, Tanjuro was already going to talk about some precautions for dancing the God of Fire Kagura dance, as well as the breathing involved. But right away, Uncle opened his eyes again as if he had figured out something and then began to practice the God of Fire Kagura dance again. But this time, Uncle's practice was no longer clumsy but very proficient, even better than what he had mastered. If it hadn't been for the clumsy appearance of Uncle's practice from the very beginning, Tanjiro even felt that Uncle had been practicing the God of Fire Kagura dance for a long time. Uncle, you are really amazing. In just a short while you have already mastered the God of Fire Kagura dance. Tanjiro is full of adoring openings. Awakened by Tanjiro's voice, Sumyu came back to his senses and looked at Tanjiro, who looked at him with admiration, and his mood was also very comfortable. The death of Tanjiro made Tanjiro, the eldest son of the family, mature rapidly, but this far from enough. Tanjiro must be made aware of the danger ahead. So this night, Sumyu told Tanjiro about the cruelty of many evil spirits. And as he narrated, Sumyu could see Tanjiro's slightly pale face and hands tightly clutching his clothes. At this moment it is even possible to see Tanjiro's inner worry at the moment with the naked eye. So, from today onwards I will start urging you. Sumyu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said gently, "So, Tanjiro, be strong." "I will, uncle." Tanjiro stood up and bowed slightly to Sumyu. "Please just push me, I will work hard." Tanjiro's voice is not loud, but he can feel the firm determination contained in it. Really, a good boy. If Tanjiro knows him under the spring, he will definitely feel very relieved. Sumyu stretched out her hand and gently rubbed Tanjiro's head. "Start training tomorrow and go back tonight to rest well." "Yes, uncle." Dark night. After talking with Tanjiro, Sumyu didn't feel sleepy at all, stretched slightly and opened the window of the room. The slight cold wind blowing. If it was in the past, he would definitely feel the deep chill, but after his strength improved, it was not so obvious. Through the window the dark night can only see a piece of darkness even if there is any scenery. There is no way to peep. Sumyu was about to close the window boringly, but when he saw the lights in the kitchen, his hand to close the window slightly moved. Pause, turn over, jump out of the window, enter the courtyard and walk towards the kitchen. Because it's night, just a little candlelight, the light in the room was very dim. Through the dim light you can still see that the kitchen utensils are neatly arranged and cleaned. A small pot was placed on the fire next to it. At this moment a light white mist was transpiring. With the escape of the steam it was the aroma of food. In this small kitchen a woman is guarding a small pot, patiently making soup. Sumyu stood where she was, watching the scene quietly for a while. Seems to feel something. The woman who was holding the spoon couldn't help turning her head. The sudden appearance of the figure startled the woman, but after seeing Sumyu then he patted his chest as if he was relieved. Following the woman's movements, the woman's chest was rippling and the clothes were also very tight at this moment. It turned out to be Lord Mew. "Just now I was really scared to death." Kamado Kuiji breathed a sigh of relief with a bit of coquettishness and a bit of complaint in his voice. Sumyu smiled and her eyes fell on the woman. She has beautiful purple eyes, long black hair tied into a low bun, a white turban on her head and a white kimono tied around her waist with a rope. Outline a woman's slender waist. "Mrs. Kuiji, what are you doing here so late?" Sumyu frowned. Kamado Kuiji lowered his head slightly, showing a soft and charming appearance. "I saw that Mujun's room was not extinguished and I heard Mujun teaching Tanjiro in the room, so I thought, cook something for Mujun in case the night it's okay to be hungry." Before Kamado Kuiji could finish speaking, Sumyu interrupted. "Are you not sure about your own physical condition? It's so late and you don't have a good rest. What should you do if you catch a cold?" Although it was a lesson, Kamado Kuiji felt warm in his heart when he heard it, and even had some expectations in his heart so that Mu-jun would scold him more. Seeing Kamado Kuiji, who put her hands under her belly, lowered her head slightly and bowed slightly, waiting for her scolding, Sumyu couldn't help but shook her head. After waiting for a while, Kamado Kuiji involuntarily raised his head before he could continue his lesson, and secretly glanced at Mu-jun. Seeing that the other party seemed to have lost his anger, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, Mu-jun, I made you worry, but please don't be angry, it's all my fault, please punish me to your heart's content." Hearing this, Sumyu looked up and looked at Kamado Kuiji playfully. "How to punish?" Kamado Kuiji's heart skipped a beat, especially Mu-jun's scorching gaze as if he wanted to pull off her clothes. Kamado Aoi couldn't help breathing fast. I don't know, but as long as I can let Mu-jun go out, I can punish you in any way, it's fine." Sumyu looked up and down at this enchanting woman and said with a smile, "Really, Mrs. Kyuiji?" Kamado Kyuiji lowered her head tightly, her lips were pursed and she didn't dare to answer. But at this time Sumyu stepped forward, suddenly hugged Kamado Kyuiji. Boom. As if a landmine had been placed in her heart, it exploded suddenly. Her tender body was tense at this moment, thinking that Mu-jun was going to do something to her. Her body was also trembling. Mu-jun, number impossible. What? Su-Mu lowered her head and looked at the woman who seemed to be having difficulty breathing. "Mrs. Kyuiji, what's wrong?" "Number, it can't be like that." It can be clearly seen that at this moment Kamado Kyuiji's face was flushed as if stained with blood and his voice was stuttering as if he was stuttering. Snapped. Suddenly he was hit lightly on the head. Being beaten suddenly, Kamado Kyuiji's purple eyes couldn't help but widen and he looked at Mu-jun suspiciously. "I don't understand why Mu-jun beat her. Are you thinking too much? I just want to hug you." Facing the gaze of Kamado Kyuiji, he opened his mouth softly and after speaking he gently hugged Kamado Kyuiji again. At first, Kamado Kyuiji thought Su-Mu was lying but soon found that what Mu-jun said was true. Really, just hug her. This made Kamado Kyuiji heave a sigh of relief and her tense, delicate body also relaxed, but for some reason there was always a feeling of loss deep in her heart. Cautiously raising his head, he secretly looked at Mu-jun, who hugged him tightly and put his head on his shoulders. Kamado Ai adjusted his body slightly so that Mu-jun could hug him more comfortably. Su-Mu hugged the soft and hot body of Kamado's sunflower branch. With a woman's body fragrance lingering on the tip of her nose, she unconsciously closed her eyes slightly. Kamado Ijai's beautiful eyes drooped and she secretly watched Mu-jun, who leaned on her shoulder and closed his eyes, felt a softness in his heart for some reason. During this period of time, Mu-jun has worked very hard for the Kamado family. "Mu-jun, you have really worked hard for this period of time." Kamado Kyuiji murmured in his heart. His eyes became softer and softer and there was indescribable pity in his heart. At first, being hugged suddenly by Mu-jun, I felt panic and fear that Mu-jun would do something bad. After all, in Kamado Kyuiji's heart these days, Mu-jun has always been humble and polite, a very gentle person, not the kind of perverted person, but now he suddenly wants to hug her. Is it because he wants to? This caused Kamado Kyuiji to panic for a while, thinking that she had misjudged the person. In fact, Mu-jun was not as good as she imagined. But at this moment, seeing Mu-jun resting with his head resting on his shoulder with his eyes slightly closed, he realized that he had misunderstood Mu-jun just now. Thinking that I misunderstood Mr. Mu, Kamado Ijai was very ashamed in her heart. How could I imagine Mr. Mu as such a shameless person, not to mention Mu-jun is such a gentle person, so outstanding, how could he take a fancy to such a widow as himself? I really shouldn't. Think of these. Kamado Ijai blamed herself endlessly. After a while, Su-Mu let go of Kamado Kyuiji's body, looked at Mrs. Kyuiji, who lowered her head slightly and said with a smile, "I just took a rest on Mrs. Kyuiji's shoulder so I didn't interrupt you." No. It's an honor for Kyuiji to lend her shoulder to Mr. Mu to rest. Kamado Ai lowered her head and said softly. The woman's hands unconsciously brushed the loose strands of hair on her forehead and pushed a strand of hair behind her ears. Before she raised her head bravely, "Jun Mu is really an excellent person in the future who can it is her good fortune to be married to Mu-jun, yeah." Su-Mu smiled but did not continue the topic but pointed to the small pot by the fire. "Madam Kyuiji, what did you cook?" "It's ginseng soup." Su-Mu couldn't help raising her eyebrows. "That's a precious thing." Ginseng is a very precious medicinal material and very expensive. No matter how precious it is not as expensive as Mu-jun's body. Kamado Ai raised her head and said softly, "I heard that this ginseng soup is very nourishing." Su-Mu came to the small pot and looked at the fragrant ginseng soup. There was not only boiled ginseng in the small pot but also other things such as chicken nuggets, mushrooms, and some ingredients. Su-Mu took a sip with a spoon and felt the fragrance on her lips and teeth and she couldn't help but praised, "Mrs. Kyuiji, you are really good at cooking. It's good that Lord Mu likes it." Kamado Ijai stood beside her with her head slightly lowered, her hands resting on her lower abdomen habitually, giving people the feeling of always being supple. Sumyu was noncommittal, and after a few more sips he scooped up another spoonful and put it in front of Kamado Kyuiji. "Drink some too." "I don't need it, Mu-jun can just drink it. Ginseng soup is a good thing to nourish the body, Mrs. Kyuiji's condition has been slightly better recently and it is time to nourish the body." "It's okay, Mu-jun, I feel that my current body, obedient." Sumyu lowered her voice suddenly and leaned over slightly. Kamado Kyuiji raised his head just in time to meet Mu-jun's deep eyes and felt his heart tremble. Kamado Kyuiji gave a weak He opened his mouth obediently and drank the spoonful of ginseng soup. "So cute," the man's voice came out softly. Kamado Kyuiji could only feel her cheeks getting hot and lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Mu-jun. After drinking the ginseng soup, Sumyu also asked Kamado Kyuiji to go back to the house to rest and pay attention to the body. A burst of caring words fell, causing the soft waves in Kamado Kyuiji's eyes to rippling, and one could feel that the eyes of Kamado Kyuiji looking at him seemed to be becoming more and more gentle, as if it's like dripping water. Watching Kamado's swaying figure leave, Sumyu lowered her head slightly and smiled lightly. Early morning under the warm sunlight, the earth which had been immersed overnight seemed to have regained its vitality. Sumyu got up early, but it was Tanjuro who got up earlier than him. Now, Tanjuro is practicing silently in the yard. Seeing this scene, Sumyu couldn't help but nodded in relief and at the same time asked with some doubts, "Where is Nezuko? Why didn't you see her? It should be in the room." Tanjuro, who was practicing, stopped what he was doing and said in a low voice, "The death of his father was a great blow to his sister Nezuko." Many times, Nezuko would lock herself in the room and then curl up in the corner of the room with her knees hugged. Recently, Nezuko has rarely been seen going out. "My sister is not in the room. My sister went out very early, I saw it." The childish voice suddenly broke Tanjiro's answer, but Kamado Hanako, who was wearing a pink kimono and had a delicate face, spoke. Kamado Hanako has a similar face to her sister Nezuko, but unlike her older sister who has a gentle and lovely temperament, Hanako is more similar to her with a touch of heroism. Hearing this, both Tanjiro and Sumyu were shocked. Kamado Aoi, who was busy in the room, obviously heard the sound and immediately ran out of the room with a panicked look and started looking for Nezuko in and out of the room, but it was never found. Then anxiety and panic began to spread. The children felt this emotion and began to cry unconsciously. The crying of the child makes people feel more anxious and upset and arouses more negative emotions. "Don't panic, it's fine." Sumyu stood up at this time. He first grabbed Kamado Sunflower, who looked at a loss and was at a loss, patted her soft little hand and comforted. "It's okay, I'm here, don't worry." Under his safety, Kamado Kyuiji's emotions eased a little bit, not like the panic at the beginning, as if he had a backbone all of a sudden. After calming everyone down a bit, Sumyu also began to organize and act immediately. He first said to Kamado Kyuiji, "Mrs. Kyuiji, you are staying at home now and taking care of the children." Kamado Ijai nodded at this moment. He instinctively obeyed Sumyu as the master of the house. "Tanjiro, you come with me and look outside." Sumyu beckoned Tanjiro to go out with him to find Nezuko, at the same time told Kamado Kyuiji not to go anywhere, just keep the house in the house. Tanjiro quickly followed behind Sumyu. His eyes couldn't hide the worry in his heart, and he unconsciously looked at the tall figure walking in front. "Uncle, tell me Nezuko will be fine." Sumyu turned her head, looked at the panting Tanjiro and couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder. "Nezuko is very sensible, but because of his father's death he can't get out of grief for a while and nothing will happen." Although he was still worried, Tanjiro felt a little relieved when he heard what Uncle said. "You look in that direction and I'll look in this direction, be careful on the road." At a fork in the road, Sumyu pointed to one of the directions and said to Tanjiro, "I see." Tanjiro nodded and immediately went to the direction pointed by Uncle to find it. "Be careful on the road, the snow is heavy and the snow is thick. Don't step on it." Just after taking 2 steps, Uncle's voice came from behind, making Tanjiro couldn't help turning his head and saw Uncle's caring eyes for him. I will be careful, uncle. I grew up in the mountains and forests. Nothing will happen. Tanjiro said loudly, and at the same time he waved vigorously at uncle, then turned around and ran forward quickly. Tanjiro trotted all the way with the wind blowing his cheeks. At this moment, apart from looking around for his sister Nezuko, the figure of uncle's concern for him always echoed in Tanjiro's mind. The death of his father seemed to place an invisible heavy pressure on him, making Tanjiro's heart heavy. At this moment he realized that before his father had always supported the family on top of him, now he needs to support the family alone. Such pressure made him feel out of breath. At this time, uncle appeared to help him support the family. In uncle, he seemed to see the shadow of his father. I will definitely protect the Kamado family, my mother and my younger siblings. Similarly, will also protect uncle's snow-capped mountains, rugged mountain road. The road is not easy to walk. Tanjiro is already looking in another direction, and Sumiu is also looking in one direction. It's just that the mountains and fields are vast, and if a person really wants to hide and find them, it is extremely difficult. If I were Nezuko, where would I be right now? Sumiu murmured, thinking silently. Soon, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up and he walked quickly in one direction. Soon, Sumiu came to the place where Kamado Tanjuro was buried. Glance around. Soon, Sumiu found a small figure squatting in front of Tanjiro's tombstone. The girl was wearing simple clothes, squatting there with her knees curled up, her face buried in her knees, and it was clear that the girl's immature shoulders twitched slightly from time to time. Sumiu walked forward slowly, and the closer she got, the softer the girl's weeping voice became clearer. Sumiu came to Nezuko's side, just patted Nezuko's shoulder and softly shouted, "Nezuko, go home." Nezuko's head was still buried in his knees and he was curled up, still immersed in his own sadness. Seeing this scene, Sumiu didn't say anything but squatted down beside Nezuko, looking at Tanjiro's tombstone in front of him. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are inescapable and unavoidable things for human beings. Everyone will get sick, grow old, and finally die. I am like this, and Nezuko will be the same and will eventually leave this world. The wind was still blowing on the person's body, slightly cold with biting cold. Nezuko raised his head at some point and looked at Sumiu with sadness hidden in his eyes. So, uncle, are human beings really sad? A very sad creature. Sumiu stretched out her hand, stroked the head of the girl who was immersed in sadness and confusion, and said softly, "Humans are not sad. Humans will experience birth, old age, sickness, and death, but these are not necessarily sorrows. No matter birth, old age, sickness, or death, it is human beings. The beauty of such a fragile creature is precisely because it will age and disappear, so people are so lovely and noble. Because something has passed away, we will cherish the beauty that already exists. It is precisely because of our fragility that we gather together, talk together, and share sorrow together." Nezuko listened quietly but couldn't understand all of these words, but felt the uncle's concern for him in these words. "Uncle, will you share the sorrow with me?" Nezuko couldn't help asking. "Certainly." Sumiu nodded. "Not only me but also Nezuko's mother, Tanjiro, Hanako, Takeo, Shidru, and Liutai will share the sadness with Nezuko. Everyone sees Nezuko so sad, and everyone is very sad. Everyone cares about you. Everyone is at home waiting for Nezuko to come home. Everyone is worried about Nezuko," Sumiu said softly. Nezuko couldn't help lowering his head when he heard this. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made everyone worry." Sumiu patted Nezuko's head lightly and said softly, "I'm sorry, everyone is only worried about Nezuko. Okay, don't stay here anymore, it's so cold. If you stay any longer, your body will freeze to death." Nezuko nodded heavily and was about to stand up, but maybe he squatted for too long, and in this cold day his legs and feet were already numb. Not only did he not stand up, but he almost fell down. Sumiu hastily stretched out his hand and grabbed Nezuko, only to avoid the fate of Nezuko being thrown down. "I'll go behind your back," Sumiu said softly. "Uncle, no need, I'll be able to walk after I rest for a while." Nezuko said in a low voice, but Sumiu had already bent slightly with his back to Nezuko. "Come up," he urged. Nezuko hesitated slightly and finally stretched out his little hand and wrapped it around the uncle's neck. Sumiu didn't get up until Nezuko held onto his hands. Walking on the road in the mountains, the cold wind was blowing and the person's cheeks hurt when it was blowing. Nezuko instinctively leaned his cheeks on the uncle's back. A slight warmth spread from the back to the cheeks, making the cold face seem warm. "Father used to carry me like uncle," Nezuko said softly. Sumyu doesn't speak. After Nezuko said this, he was also silent for a while but pressed his face deeper on the uncle's back, and tears dripped from the corners of his eyes and fell on his back, wet, representing the girl's sad feelings. "Being carried by uncle like this is the same as being carried by father," Nezuko said softly. "Then Nezuko will treat me as a father," Sumyu said softly. "No, uncle." Sumyu smiled but didn't care. "Uncle, ask you a question." "Explain. Is uncle so gentle to every girl? There will be fierce times." He put on a savage look. "It's not fierce at all, uncle." The corner of Nezuko's mouth curled up and he muttered, then he wrapped his arms around Sumyu's neck tightly. "In the future, it would be great if Nezuko could find a gentle husband like uncle. From now on, it would be great if Nezuko's husband is as gentle as uncle." Nezuko wrapped his arms around Sumyu's neck, full of anticipation. "How old is the brat? That's all I'm thinking about," Sumyu spoke angrily. HMPH. Perhaps it was the unraveling just now that made Nezuko feel better. At this moment her mouth puffed up unconsciously, revealing the cuteness that this girl should have. "By the way, uncle, do you have someone you like?" The girl pressed against the man's ear and asked curiously. "You guess." Sumyu didn't answer. Nezuko didn't guess either but closed his eyes slightly, his eyebrows curved. "Uncle, do you know what it's like to like someone?" "Have no idea? What a stupid uncle." "Then you know, Nezuko has never liked anyone before. How can I know what it feels like to like someone?" "Then Nezuko is a stupid girl too." "I'm not a stupid girl." Nezuko pouted and tapped the uncle's head with his small hands. "Uncle, he is much older than Nezuko. Why don't you find someone you like? When Nezuko is as old as uncle, there will definitely be someone you like." At that time, Nezuko told uncle what it's like to like someone. "When Nezuko is the same age as me, she will be an old girl. Only then will there be someone she likes and no one will want her." Sumyu laughed. "It's so annoying not to talk to uncle." Nezuko angrily tapped Dashu's head a few times. Soon, the houses standing in the mountains appeared in front of us. And as Sumyu appeared with Nezuko, Kamado Ijai immediately ran out of the house quickly and hugged Nezuko in his arms. "Sister is back, sister is back." Hanako, Takeo, and Shidru also came out of the house at some point, cheering happily. Being hugged by his mother's warm embrace, Nezuko closed his eyes slightly, feeling the warmth from his mother, feeling her care for him, and also understood that his sudden disappearance made his family worry. "Mother!" Nezuko lowered his head, unconsciously blaming himself. At this moment, it seems that I suddenly understood what the uncle said just now. Everyone grows old and fades to death. Human life is short and small. But precisely because people will grow old, die, and be sad, people will gather together more, be happy together, and share sorrow together. It is precisely because of passing away that people are so lovely and noble. Looking at her daughter who was hugging her quietly, Kamado Ijai originally wanted to say something to blame Nezuko for leaving without saying goodbye, making her family worry, blame Nezuko for doing this. It's just that, feeling the strength of her daughter holding her arm tightly, these words of blame were not uttered after all but gently patted her on the head. "Next time don't do this. I see, mother." Nezuko nodded. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he raised his head. "By the way, where did Big Brother go? I went to find you. You don't know how worried your family is by your sudden disappearance." Kamado Ai tapped Nezuko on the head with her finger angrily. Nezuko stuck out his tongue guiltily. Watching this scene and seeing her depressed daughter finally come out, Kamado Ijai was also happy for her daughter. It took a while before Kamado Ai let go of Nezuko. As soon as Nezuko was released by his mother, he was greeted by his younger brother and younger sister with cheers. Seeing Nezuko surrounded by Hanako, Shidru, and Takeo laughingly, and seeing the smiling faces of the children, Kamado Ai couldn't help feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Master Mew," turning his head and looking at Sumyu, Kamado Kuiji lowered his head slightly, bowed his body slightly, and put his little hand on his lower abdomen. "Lunch is ready." the woman spoke softly with a soft voice as if she was welcoming her husband home. Su-Mu's eyes fell on Kamado Kyuiji. The woman was in her 20s and 30s when a woman was at her most beautiful. Although Kamado Kyuiji was used to dressing conservatively and not well dressed, she couldn't hide her enchantment. Seemingly having not waited for a long time for a response, Kamado Kyuiji couldn't help but secretly raised his head and immediately saw Mu-jun staring at him burningly. That look, as if he wanted to eat himself with his heart and soul, let Kamado Kyuiji feel hot and tremble. Mu-jun, what are you looking at? The sound of flapping wings as light as mosquito wings came from the lip bitten by Kamado Kyuiji. If it weren't for the improvement in strength, the hearing has also improved a lot and I'm afraid I can't hear it. Staring at the gentle and docile woman in front of her, Su-Mu walked forward with a smile and stopped about a foot away from Kamado Kyuiji. Feeling the tall figure of Mu-jun close at hand, the huge pressure made Kamado Kyuiji feel his heart beating faster. Su-Mu leaned over slightly with the corner of her mouth close to Kamado Kyuiji's earlobe, first took a breath of hot air, and watched the woman's crystal earlobe turn red and hot instantly with a hint of evil in her deep eyes. Mrs. Kyuiji, of course. To see you, Mrs. Kyuiji, of course I'm looking at you, Su-Mu spoke. Kamado Kyuiji's tender body tensed for a moment and her breathing suddenly became rapid, making Kamado Kyuiji unconsciously lower her head tightly and unconsciously clenched her small hands on her lower abdomen, feeling as if the palms of her hands were about to. I'm sweating. There seems to be some expectations in my heart and some worries. Especially at this moment, Mu-jun was standing in front of him. The condescension brought by that tall figure made her feel oppressed, and I also vaguely expect and even like this feeling of being oppressed. This is the past never experienced. And after Su-Mu finished speaking, her eyes fell on Kamado Kyuiji's body, whether it was the face or the slender and fair neck under the face, they were all red and attractive at this moment. Su-Mu even felt that as long as she wanted, she could shape the other party into any shape and the other party would only say no but would not resist meekly. But this, in Su-Mu's view, it's not enough, so... After finishing speaking, Su-Mu also smiled slightly and patted Kamado Kyuiji's little hand lightly. Just touch and go, even it's as if it was wiped by accident. But even so, Kamado Kyuiji felt like getting an electric shock and his already tense body became even more tense. It can be clearly felt that at this moment, Kamado Kyuiji seems to be breathing stagnantly, but there is no breathing inside the body and the chest rises and falls. After Kamado Kyuiji's legs and feet became weak and he came back to his senses, he realized that Su-Mu had left his side. He sneaked a look at Mu-jun. At this moment, Mu-jun was holding his youngest daughter Hanako, talking and laughing with Nezuko, Takeo and Maza. Warm look, it made Kamado Ijai feel like his heart was going to be drunk. At this moment, she was even looking forward to what Mu-jun could do to her, and even extremely looking forward to Mu-jun becoming the head of the family and the man who took care of her. The emergence of such a heart made Kamado Kyuiji panic and the whole person felt a sense of guilt, feeling sorry for the dead Tanjuro. He died not long ago. How can I be such a woman? Kamado Kyuiji bit her lip unconsciously with her white and tender teeth, and a sense of guilt lingered around her whole body. But a certain strong feeling in his heart made Kamado Kyuiji look forward to further progress in his relationship with Mu-jun, even was bullied by him severely. Those strong feelings in my heart crushed and tore those guilty feelings in my heart little by little. These nights when she went back to the house to sleep and rest, she somehow even forgot to close the door and even left a gap on purpose, and even left her daughter in another room because of the faint and unconscious expectation in her heart. But every night on the warm bed she was the only one resting alone. It was as if the other party was a gentleman. What's wrong with me? Kamado Ijai took a deep breath, only feeling that his mind was in a mess at the moment. These days the other party has obviously taken good care of her and even said some intimate words so that every time she thinks that the other party will do something, the other party will leave just right. Every time she said some gentle words, she would move to other topics when her heart was beating like a deer, and when her attention fell on other topics, she started teasing her again. Let her heart sometimes tense and sometimes relax, and the heartbeat also goes up and down for a while. It was as if a playful fox lived in her heart, always scratching her heart with its little paws. Let her heart fluctuate for a while and be disappointed for a while. Such a roller coaster of emotional turmoil has never been experienced by Kamado AI. In such a closed mountain village, in such an era in the small world of Kamado Ijai. How can there be those gentle words that almost make people blush and words that make people's heartbeat almost instantly speed up? How can there be someone like Mu Jun, gentle person? Su-Mu hugged Hanako and walked into the house holding Nezuko's hand. As for Zhuxiang, Mao and Liutai, he didn't take care of them that much, he just let them follow behind him. The reason for this, it's just because, deep down in his heart, he still prefers girls. Especially the cutest Nezuko always let him put it down. Of course, as Nezuko's younger sister, Hanako is actually very cute, but compared to her sister Nezuko's cuteness, she is still slightly inferior. When I entered the house, I saw that the table in the living room was full of food, which was very rich. Obviously. When she and Tanjuro went out to look for Nezuko, Kamado Ijai was not idle, not only comforted the children well but also cooked a large table full of meals. Involuntarily, Su-Mu glanced at Kamado Kuiji standing in the yard, can't help but praise. What a virtuous and gentle woman. As if feeling Su-Mu's gaze, Kamado Kuiji, who was in the courtyard, turned his head in an inexplicable emotion and met Su-Mu's gaze. Feeling the admiration in Mu Jun's eyes vaguely, Kamado Kuiji felt a surge of joy and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I think it's really great to make Mu Jun like it. Taking small steps and jogging over, he was about to serve the Mujun a meal. When Tanjuro comes back, let's eat together, Su-Mu said. Hearing this, Kamado Kuiji gave up. She didn't dare to visit Mujun and went to help take care of a few children. The youngest Liu Tai is not yet able to walk and is being held by Takeo. It's just that Zhuxiang is still too young, hugging Liu Tai, staggering as if he is about to fall down at any time. Let me hug you, go and get the jug of wine from the back of the house. Kamado Kuiji took the Liu Tai from Takeo and at the same time gave orders to Takeo. Actually, Kamado AI was going to let Nezuko go. After all, this is some work at home and girls are usually busy. In the simple concept of Kamado Kuiji, girls are busy with family affairs. I just saw Nezuko being hugged by Mu Jun, talking and laughing. Kamado AI didn't want to disturb Mu Jun, so I let Takeo go. Okay, mother. Zhuxiang nodded and took small steps towards the back of the house to get the wine. Not long after, Tanjuro, who was full of disappointment, also came back, but when he saw Nezuko, who had been brought back by uncle, he immediately became happy. I'm waiting for you, come and eat, Su-Mu greeted. Tanjuro nodded and also came to the dinner table. He first glanced at Nezuko, who was held in uncle's arms with some complaints. Next time you can't just run away without saying a word. Did you hear what Tanjuro said? You can't just run around without making a sound in the future. Su-Mu picked up the chopsticks and lightly tapped Nezuko's small head. Got it, uncle, I know, big brother. Nezuko stuck out her cute little tongue. Su-Mu sat in her own position without moving. The bowl and chopsticks were placed in front of her by Kamado Kuiji early on, which happened to be the most comfortable position for her to hold. Kamado Ijai knelt beside him. Her delicate body was upright and her soft, delicate body was pressed against her two slender legs. When she saw that Su-Mu's wine glass was running low, she immediately filled it up. Because there are many children, it is a little noisy when eating. Kamado Kuiji wanted to reprimand the children, fearing that they would affect Mujun, but was stopped by Su-Mu. Children, it's okay to make a lot of noise, Su-Mu said while drinking the glass of wine. It's only as generous as Mujun. Kamado Kuiji picked up the jug and gently filled the cup that Mujun had just placed and said in a low voice. Su-Mu smiled and didn't pay much attention to Kamado Kuiji's little complaint. By the way, I sewed a coat for Mujun in 2 days. You can try it after Mu Jun finishes eating. That's really hard work, Mrs. Kuiji. Su-Mu smiled while eating. It's an honor for Kuiji to do something for Lord Mu. Kamado Kuiji lowered her head slightly. Her watery eyes secretly looked at Su-Mu's face. At the dinner table, Tanjiro, who was eating, couldn't help raising his head, looking at his mother who was kneeling beside Uncle with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Do not know why he always feels mother seemed a little too kind to Uncle, also too tender. Even when Tanjiro was alive, his mother did not treat Uncle with such tenderness towards Tanjiro. It even gave Tanjiro an illusion as if Tanjiro is not his father, Uncle is the same. Wait until everyone has eaten. Almost Sumiu also put down her chopsticks. As he put down his chopsticks, the eyes of everyone in the room fell on him. Mrs. Kuiji, I want to discuss something with you. Sumiu looked at Kamado Ijai who was kneeling beside him. Kamado Kuiji's already upright delicate body instantly tensed up, highlighting the fullness and conspicuousness of the mountain as if it would be stretched out of the clothes at any time. And Kamado Ijai obviously doesn't know much about it. She just lowered her head and said very docilely, "It's fine for Mu-jun to decide," and sunflower branches are all obeyed by Mu-jun. While saying these words, the woman's hands clenched slightly unconsciously. It still needs to be discussed. Sumiu shook her head. Kamado Kuiji bit her lips slightly, raised her head and looked at Sumiu. No matter what, Kuiji listens to Mu-jun. After speaking, Kamado Ijai felt his palms were full of sweat at the dinner table. Tanjiro and Nezuko, who are already a little sensible, can't help but look at their mother. Looking at the big brother, the elder sister suddenly looked at her mother, and Hanako unconsciously blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling very funny. As for the younger Zhuxiang, Mao and Liutai, they didn't care about the slightly weird atmosphere that suddenly appeared in the room but continued to play with their own affairs. Sumiu was also surprised by Kamado Kuiji's sudden explicit words. Even after his efforts, Kamado Ijai has always been reserved and he never expected to say such bold words. Moreover, it was still in front of the child. Noticing this, when Sumiu looked at Kamado Kuiji, the corners of Sumiu's mouth raised a slight arc unconsciously. Kamado Ijai probably also felt that his words were a little too close, especially when Tanjiro and Nezuko looked at her. He felt his face was burning and even wanted to drill a hole to hide. But in my heart, I don't regret what I said just now. Even faintly have some expectations. For so many years, Kamado Ijai's love life has always been boring and flat. I have never had any passion, but the arrival of Sumiu brings a very wonderful feeling. As if now she is not a widow who lost her husband. Nor is it a young woman in her 20s with several children, but a young girl who is looking forward to the opposite S*X and yearning for love, a girl who has the courage to pursue her own feelings. It's like a pool of dead water suddenly injected with a new water source, regaining its vitality. Sumiu nodded slightly to Kamado Kuiji, but she didn't seem to notice anything and said, "Although Mrs. Kuiji said so, there is still something to be said." A hint of disappointment appeared in Kamado Kuiji's eyes unconsciously. She had already shown it clearly enough, but Sumiu didn't respond to her as if she didn't hear it. In fact, as long as Mu-jun gives her a little bit of intention to accept her, Kamado Ijai plans to have a good talk with the children at night so that Nezuko and Tanjiro will stop calling Mu-jun uncle, but call him father instead. I don't know what Mu-jun wants to say. Kamado Ijai suppressed the disappointment in her heart and reluctantly said, "It's about Tanjiro first, and these days Tanjiro starts training with me, Kamado Kuiji nodded, then looked at Tanjiro and said in a serious tone, "Tanjiro, you must listen to Mu-jun during training and treat Mu-jun with the same respect as you treat your father." "Yes, mother." Tanjiro lowered his head slightly. After Tanjiro, Kamado Ai looked at Nezuko, Hanako and other children again. "It's the same with you, you all have to listen carefully to Mu-jun's words." "Yes, mother." After educating all the children, Kamado Kuiji looked at Sumiu again. Sumiu couldn't help but smiled wryly. She didn't expect Kamado Kuiji to be so serious, but she continued to speak. "Besides, in the future you don't have to continue selling charcoal." After hearing this, Kamado Kuiji couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Kamado's family has made a living by selling charcoal for generations. If they don't sell charcoal, what will be their source of income in the future? Although he was a little worried, Kamado Ijai didn't object but nodded. "On top of that, we're moving out of the place," he spoke softly. When it comes to moving, his tone is very serious. "Heard to move?" Kamado Kyuiji was also taken aback, obviously didn't expect Su-Mu to bring this up. After all, I have stayed in this place for so long, I am used to one place and then I will move to another place. Homeland is hard to leave, but seeing Su-Mu's serious expression, Kamado Kyuiji still nodded docilely. Everything is up to Mr. Mu. Deep down, Kamado Aoi doesn't want to move, but Mu-jun said so. She can only agree. It's just that in my heart it is inevitable that I will be a little lost. I feel Mu-jun doesn't seem to care about her at all. Don't care what she thinks. Don't consider her mood. If before Mu-jun didn't care about her thoughts or her mood, she wouldn't care too much about anything and wouldn't have so many emotions, but I don't know when to start. She began to care about her position in Mu-jun's heart, started to have more expectations. It's just that she couldn't tell others about these thoughts. She just lowered her head and bit her lips slightly. I don't want to move. An abrupt voice came out suddenly. It was from Nezuko with red eyes. Nezuko's objection made Su-Mu frown unconsciously. Before Su-Mu could say anything more, Kamado Kyuiji stood up angrily and sternly shouted, "Nezuko!" Nezuko's eyes were red and without speaking he turned and ran back to his room. Mu-jun, please don't be angry. Nezuko is still young, maybe not very sensible. Kamado Kyuiji turned her head and explained to Su-Mu in a low voice. It's a little ignorant. Su-Mu nodded and then sighed again. If only Mrs. Kyuiji could understand my worries. Originally, when Kamado Kyuiji heard Su-Mu say that her daughter was not good, she felt a little emotional in her heart, but then when she heard the latter sentence of praising herself, that little emotion disappeared in an instant, blushing slightly, and said in a low voice I'm not that good. After finishing speaking, he raised his head again. I'll go and have a good talk with Nezuko. Su-Mu nodded, then reached out, grabbed Kamado Kyuiji's little hand and patted it lightly. Mrs. Kyuiji, I'm so sorry for you. It does not matter. Kamado Kyuiji lowered her head and felt her heart beat slightly tight the moment Mu-jun's hand slid past her hand. When Kamado Kyuiji swayed away, Su-Mu was looking at Tanjuro in the room. Tanjuro, don't you want to move too? He didn't ask about Takeo, Hanako, Shidru, or Liutai, mainly because these children were too young. Tanjiro nodded but then said, however, since uncle chooses to move, he will naturally have his own considerations. I am willing to listen to uncle. Tanjiro is different from his younger sister Nezuko. He doesn't know that there are evil spirits in this world. The last time uncle talked to him in detail let Tanjiro understand the cruel truth hidden in this peaceful world. Therefore, when Su-Mu proposed to move, Tanjiro had already vaguely guessed something. Maybe this place is not safe, so uncle made the choice to move. He is really a sensible child who can understand uncle's good intentions. Su-Mu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said. Kamado Aoi quickly walked into Nezuko's room. Sensing someone entering the room, Nezuko turned his body to the side angrily. What are you doing here? At this time, Nezuko didn't even call his mother anymore. Apparently, Nezuko is not only mad at Su-Mu, even also angry with mother. Kamado Ijai came to Nezuko's side and gently grabbed her daughter's hand. Why, you're still angry? Are you mad at uncle because of the moving? Nezuko gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice. How dare I be angry with uncle? How dare I be angry with uncle when my mother obeys her like this? So, are you angry? Nezuko said heavily. You are all in the same group, mother. You just listen to uncle. If uncle tells you to move, you move. We have lived here for so long, how can we move? Mother, when did you start listening to uncle so much? Nezuko's words made Kamado Aoi's face flustered, but he still forcibly calmed down, grabbed Nezuko's hand and said softly, Uncle must have thought of doing this and he must be for our own good. Mother just speaks well for uncle, who knows what he is for. Nezuko grumbled. Nezuko, just listen to uncle. Uncle will not harm you. Nezuko turned away, not speaking. Kamado Aoi embraced Nezuko from behind. Feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, although Nezuko's mouth was still pouted, it had begun to soften gradually. These days, Nezuko has also seen what kind of person uncle is. He is also very kind to your mother and he is also very kind to your big brother. Holding on to this family has long been broken up. I know this, Mom doesn't have to tell me this, I just don't want to leave here. Nezuko looked down. I know that Nezuko has feelings for this place, but Nezuko, not only do you have feelings for this place, but I do too, and I have more feelings for this place than Nezuko. I have lived here much longer than Nezuko, the mother still. Kamado Kuiji gently lifted her daughter's soft hair, looked at the still young daughter and said softly, "Because Mr. Mew is a very good person. Since he said so, there must be something for him. Reasonable, I believe that Lord Mew is doing it for my own good." Nezuko couldn't help but purse his mouth when he heard this. Mother believes in uncle, but Nezuko doesn't believe in uncle. Then do you trust mom? Kamado AI looked at Nezuko. People must trust my mother, and my mother must be doing it for Nezuko's best. Then now, mom trusts you uncle. Kamado Ijai rubbed her daughter's face and said softly, "Mother believes in you uncle, since Nezuko believes in her mother just like her mother, she believes in uncle. Uncle won't harm you, you have to listen to uncle like you listen to your mother." Night quietly Sumew didn't rest but held a book and read it silently. These are the books kept by the Kamado family. The reason why he read them is to find some traces about Jai Goyueni. After all, Jai Goyueni is known as a living god and Buddha, a man who can make 1,500 effective slashes in an instant, and is like the ceiling of combat power in the world of Ghost Slayer. He was naturally very curious about such a person. And the Kamado family will continue this legacy. He wanted to find some books that could record Jai Yuanyi. It's just a pity that after searching everything there is nothing about Jai Yuanyi. This made Su Mew somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, as if he felt something, he glanced at the door and then lowered his eyes slightly. "Come in, Mrs. Kuiji." The door was gently pushed open and Kamado Ijai, who was wearing a pink skirt, walked in. Seeing Kamado Kuiji's dress, Su Mew's eyes lit up. On weekdays, Kamado Kuiji's clothes are always simple and loose, although because of her enchanting figure and pretty face, her charm will not be diminished. How much, but it hides some of its beauty after all. At this moment, the slightly tight pink skirt wraps the woman's tall and mature figure and suddenly highlights the already proud figure even more captivatingly. The pink dress matches the fine and fair skin, giving people an amazing charm of black and smooth hair hanging down her waist. Under the pink skirt there is a pair of fair and well-proportioned legs. Seeing Kamado Kuiji's attire at the moment, Su Mew couldn't help but praise, "Ms. Kuiji, you are so beautiful tonight." Kamado Kuiji was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but look up and saw Mew Jun with a playful smile on his mouth, which made Kamado Kuiji feel ashamed, and instantly felt that all his little thoughts had been seen through by the other party. "Mew Jun, I made it a little later, you can try it." Kamado Ijai lowered her head and said in a low voice. Then she walked up to Su Mew and put the meal on the table next to Su Mew. Su Mew took a taste of the chopsticks and couldn't help but admire. Ms. Kuiji's craftsmanship is also very good. Hearing what Mew Jun said, Kamado Kuiji was also delighted. "Mew Jun, as long as you like it. Come here so late, Mrs. Kuiji probably has something to tell me." Su Mew looked at Kamado Kuiji with a half-smile. Kamado AI nodded. "Say it." Su Mew stretched, sitting here and reading for a long time, feeling a little sore all over her body. "I'll rub your shoulders." Kamado Kuiji didn't tell the purpose of her arrival immediately but rubbed Su Mew's shoulder. Su Mew didn't refuse and enjoyed it with peace of mind. I have to say that Kamado Kuiji's massage technique is really good and it is also eye-catching. It is really a very comfortable enjoyment. Seeing that Mew Jun liked it, Kamado Kuiji was also happy in his heart, and then he began to ask in a low voice, "Mew Jun, I don't know why I suddenly thought of moving. After all, I've been in this place for so long and I'm used to it. When I was suddenly told to move and go to another place, I couldn't help but feel a little reluctant." Su Mew narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at the cautious Kamado Kuiji and then said, "Mrs. Kuiji, do you believe there are ghosts in this world?" When Su Mew said the word ghost, Kamado Kuiji's heart tightened and he looked at Su Mew unconsciously. "There should be no ghosts." "Of course, there are ghosts, and the reason why I moved is because it has something to do with ghosts." "Ah." Kamado Kuiji couldn't help but let out an exclamation and looked around the room unconsciously, obviously afraid that a ghost would suddenly break into the room. Su Mew patted Kamado Kuiji's hand lightly. My leg is also a little numb, please give me a massage and I'll tell you something by the way. Kamado Kyuji sat on her knees, bowed her head and began to rub Su-Mu's legs while listening to Su-Mu start to speak. Su-Mu did not hide tell Kamado Ijai what you said to Tanjiro. It is mainly about the relationship between the Kamado clan and Jai Gyu Yuanyi and the attitude of the evil spirits towards Jai Gyu Yuanyi. While speaking, he gently patted Kamado Ijai's little hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I won't let ghosts hurt you. Hearing Mujun's comfort, Kamado Kyuji's feeling of panic in his heart was slightly relieved, but he was still a little scared in his heart. But at this time, Su-Mu whispered a few words into Kamado Kyuji's ear, finished listening. Kamado Kyuji's delicate body couldn't help trembling. She raised her head unconsciously and looked at Mujun with infinite shame hidden in her eyes. Obviously, he did not expect Mujun to make such an excessive request. Su-Mu didn't say anything, just closed her eyes slightly. Kneeling on the spot for a long time, Kamado Kyuji blushed and finally decided to listen to Mujun. Seeing that Kamado Kyuji is gentle, Su-Mu is also satisfied in her heart. She picks up a book on the table and continues to read, hoping to find news about Jai Goyueni. Woo! After a long time I couldn't find the information recorded by Jai Goyuen and Su-Mu was also a little tired. Feeling that Kamado Kyuji was still rubbing her legs, she couldn't help but pat Kamado Kyuji on the head. Okay, it's really troublesome that Mrs. Kyuji is tired, go back and rest. Kamado Kyuji just got up and hurried out the door. Seeing the swaying figure of Kamado Kyuji leaving, Su-Mu couldn't help laughing and said, what a wonderful person. Talking, he couldn't help stretching, took a sip of the warm tea that Mrs. Kyuji had put on the table before and sighed slightly. I didn't expect that Mrs. Kyuji not only has a great skill at blowing the flute but also the tea she brewed. It's also so delicious. As soon as he walked out of the room, Kamado Ijai bent over and began to cough violently, tried to vomit something but nothing came out, just retching. Mom, what's wrong with you? Nezuko, who heard the commotion outside, opened the door and saw Kamado Ai, who was bending over and coughing with a worried face. Seeing her daughter, Kamado Kyuji's face was slightly rosy and her pretty eyes were a little bit dodgy, but she still explained. Maybe I suffered from some wind and cold a few days ago and I haven't fully recovered yet and I have a little cough. Nezuko didn't doubt his mother's words, he couldn't help worrying and said, Mother, pay attention to your health, otherwise I'm going to make some medicine for my mother now. No, I'll just rest and rest. Kamado Ai shook her head while urging her daughter, Nezuko, hurry up and go back to your room to rest. Nezuko looked at his mother's face again. Although he was still a little worried, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mother's health, so he closed the door. However, Nezuko was a little puzzled in his heart. The clothes his mother was wearing today were so beautiful. It was as if she had never seen her mother wear this suit before. When Nezuko entered the room, Kamado Ijai also hurried to her room. As soon as he returned to the room, Kamado Ai immediately closed the door, leaning against the door with his whole body almost limp. It took a long time to regain strength. Involuntarily came to the dressing window, looked at his messy hair and ruddy face, thought about what he had just experienced, and couldn't help lowering his head and began to retch. Up to now, I feel that my throat seems to be a little sore. It was as if an iron pipe had been stuck deep in his throat. The faint mist pervading the mountains and forests was blown away by the air, and after a night of cold weather, the land seemed to warm up as the sun came down. Su-Mu, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes slightly, stretched her body, and then got up. Pushing open the window, the slightly cold air hits the body, which makes people wake up. Compared with the cold wind in the past, today's wind is slightly warmer. His eyes fell on a corner of the yard and a few buds seemed to have just broken out of the ground, blooming with a touch of spring. Unknowingly, winter has passed, spring is here, everything is revived and people's mood is much better unconsciously. Outside the yard, Tanjiro has already woken up early and is practicing the breath of the sun. Nezuko is holding a handful of clear water and pouring it on his pretty and lovely face by the bucket. The Kamado sunflower branch of a mature woman holds the wooden basin in one hand. The freshly washed clothes are drying. It turns out that I'm the last one to wake up. I'm so lazy. he sighed as he opened the door. Kamado Kuiji, who was drying clothes, heard the movement and couldn't help but turned around. When he saw Sumyu, he couldn't help walking over quickly. Myu-jun, breakfast has been prepared for you. It's really troublesome, Mrs. Kuiji. Sumyu smiled gently. Kamado Kuiji lowered her head slightly. I'll bring it to Mr. Mew. With that said, he trotted away with small steps, swaying a seductive figure. After Kamado Kuiji brought the breakfast, Sumyu was not polite and immediately ate it with big mouthfuls. Suddenly, a peeled egg was held by the fingertips of a white and tender hand and handed over. Sumyu looked up, just in time to see Kamado Kuiji's charming little face smiling at him. Master Mew, here it is. Sumyu stared at Kamado Kuiji's charming face for a long time. Kamado Kuiji's face was bright red, and then he took the egg. Myu-jun, I'm busy with other things. If there is anything, please give me your instructions. Kamado Ijai said softly and then trotted towards the yard with small steps. Soon, they came to the wooden basin where the clothes had just been dried and continued to dry the washed clothes that had not yet been dried. The slight sunlight shone on the woman's charming face and a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on the woman's fair face. The woman wiped her forehead to wipe off the once crystal-clear sweat beads, revealing a woman's smiling face. Seeing all this, Sumyu swallowed the peeled egg in one gulp, and seeing Kamado's beautiful figure of sunflower hanging on her toes, drying clothes, for some reason she felt a little ashamed in her heart. For a while, Sumyu just smiled and shook her head, shaking off the slight shame that rose in her heart. The passage of time seems to be able to forget many things and make many things a habit. I don't know when it started, Sumyu gradually began to integrate into the Kamado family, and gradually, unconsciously, became the backbone of the Kamado family. Scorching Sun, a boy with crimson hair, wearing an ikamatsu-patterned coat and nichiren earrings on his earlobes, is still training seriously. In the hot weather, the boy's forehead was covered with sweat, but still silently persisted. Take a break. A footstep came and a gentle voice sounded at the same time. The young man raised his head and looked at the tall figure in front of him. I want to practice for a while. I feel that practicing the breath of the sun under the sun seems to progress faster. Hearing this, Sumyu couldn't help sighing, but don't fight like this, pay attention to your body. It's okay, uncle, I know how to measure. If I feel unwell, I will stop. Hearing this, Sumyu couldn't help saying with a bit of shame, compared to Tanjuro, uncle is really ashamed. I can't bear it without patience. This point, Sumyu is sincere. During this time, although he practiced hard, he was far behind Tanjiro's self-discipline. Every day, Tanjuro wakes up very early for training. Except for resting and occasionally accompanying his younger siblings, he is basically training. The degree of hard work made Sumyu feel ashamed. Like Tanjuro, Sumyu persisted for a few days, but in the end he was too tired. In addition, the progress of pure training was too slow, so he did not train with Tanjuro. Compared to uncle, I'm still far behind. Tanjiro's talent is stupid. Only by working hard can he keep up with uncle's pace. Tanjiro shook his head. Although uncle didn't work as hard as him these days, his progress on Breath of the Sun was much faster than him. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Sumyu couldn't help but smile wryly. It's not because of his talent but because of the attribute panel that he's progressing so fast. In the past few days, besides accompanying Kamado Tanjuro for training, he spends more time in the deep mountains hunting prey. It's just a pity that his hunting skills are not very good and he has gained very little. And the more prey you can get with more attribute points, the harder it is to hunt. In the past 2 days, he only obtained 0.2 attribute points and added all the 0.2 attribute points to the attribute panel involuntarily. Sumyu's eyes fell on his attribute panel again. Name: Sumyu. Physique 125, normal adult physique is 1. Dexterity 125, normal adult dexterity is 1. Strength 125, normal adult strength is 1. Spirit 145, normal adult spirit is 1. Cultivation method: Breath of the Day 0-6-100. Acquired attribute points 0.3. As for the remaining 0.3 attribute points, it is only because without reaching 0.1 attribute points it is impossible to add points, although I only added 0. 2. Attribute points to the breath of the sun. In terms of effect, it seems that I have been training for several months from morning to night, so it looks better than Tanjiro on breath of the sun, progress faster. After all, although he is not as talented as Tanjiro in practicing the breathing method, he is still considered an upper-middle stance in the end. The continuous practice for several months is naturally better than Tanjiro's practice for a few days. Come on, Tanjiro, I'll go see if your mother can help. Okay, uncle. Tanjiro nodded, looked at the back of uncle leaving and continued to train hard. Ever since he knew that there are ghosts in this world and the relationship between the Kamado clan and Jai Goyueni, he was also worried that one day the evil spirits would attack and hurt him. Family, so Tanjiro urgently hopes to become stronger quickly and then help uncle, help mother, and protect younger brothers and sisters. Sumyu nodded, looked at Tanjiro, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though Tanjiro may not be very good at talent, because of Tanjiro's hard work, this serious and enthusiastic state, future achievements will be great. Not bad. At this moment, I probably understand why in the world of Demon Slayer, Kibutsuji Musen, who has made the Ghost Slayer squad for thousands of years, has sacrificed generation after generation and cannot be killed, will end in Tanjiro's hand. Sometimes, a person's character can really determine many things. Sumyu walks into the room. Zhuxing, Mao, and Liutai were playing in the room. When they saw Sumyu coming in, they also shouted in unison, "Good uncle!" The children's voices were obviously friendly. It is obviously different from the previous one, with a bit of alienation, and even a trace of admiration can be clearly seen in the children's eyes. That is a young child's natural admiration for his father, although he is not the biological father of these children. Takeo, Mao Liu is too good, you guys continue to play. He smiled at the children and his eyes fell on the living room. The decoration in the room was simple, without luxury, even a little shabby, but it was cleaned cleanly. Even if there were children making trouble, it was still spotless. On the table in the room, a cup of brewed tea was still steaming. Obviously, the owner who made the tea hadn't gone far. Sniffing her nose, she could faintly smell a fragrance, and Sumyu also roughly understood where Kamado Kyuiji went. Come to the kitchen. Really, in the small kitchen, a gentle woman is wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen. The woman had jet black and smooth hair, and her cheeks were white and tender, and her cheeks were much rosier than before. The long-necked dress wrapped the woman's plump and mature figure. The tall and straight chest propped up the originally loose clothes. As if hearing the movement, Kamado Kyuiji couldn't help turning her head, revealing a charming face. At this moment, those eyes seemed to be filled with soft water with infinite tenderness. Master Mew. Kamado Kyuiji lowered her head and bowed slightly. Her little hands were habitually placed on her lower abdomen. Sumyu already had an advantage in height, and at this moment, Kamado Kyuiji lowered his head and he could vaguely see a large amount of astonishing whiteness. Sumyu nodded and pointed to the room. Mrs. Kyuiji, is there anything I can help you with? No, Mr. Mew, I can do it alone. Kamado Ai said in a low voice, her voice becoming more and more gentle. For Kamado Ijai, since she grew up, she has never seen a boy enter the kitchen on her own initiative. Here, the status of men is generally higher than that of women, and it is generally believed that women should do everything in the kitchen. Let me add some fire to you. I think you are a bit busy alone. Sumyu smiled and went to the fire and started to add fire. Just now he saw a layer of fine sweat on the forehead of Kamado Kyuiji. It can be seen that one person is busy with the meals of a large family. It's still tough. After all, it's not a simple matter of dealing with things. Every time Kamado Kyuiji prepares meals, they are really beautiful and delicious. And to do this well, the labor paid must be more. Kamado Kyuiji raised his head unconsciously and looked at Sumyu, who had already come to the fire and started to work. His eyes were soft, and there was a warm feeling in his heart unconsciously. Let her heart beat. At the same time, there is also a sense of shame. I always feel that compared to the excellence of the other party, I am really small and inconspicuous. After all, I am no longer a green girl. I have lost the greatest value of a woman, and I am still a widow. Compared with Mu Jun's excellence, it is really far behind. Of course, Kamado Kyuiji also knows that she still looks good now and her figure is still very good and even very hot. When she went out before, some men wanted to eat her when they saw her eyes. But likewise, Kamado Ijai knows that those so-called men only value her body and her appearance if they know her identity. Basically, no man will marry such a woman. Unless those who really can't afford to marry a wife will marry a widow like her. Otherwise, marrying a widow like her will be laughed at by everyone even if she really becomes Mujin's woman in the future. I'm afraid she will be scolded behind her back for being a B****ch. She doesn't care about being scolded by others, but she cares about how Mujin will treat her in his heart. What on earth is he thinking? These all made Kamado Ijai feel depressed. It also made Kamado Ijai suffer a lot. Raising his head, he looked at the side face of Mujin, who was earnestly stoking the fire. The slight light of the fire shone on the man's face, which seemed to have a special charm. This moment for Kamado Ai, it feels like she is about to suffocate. In my mind, I suddenly thought of Mujin's concern for her these days, those gentle words, those who have never been treated with tenderness, and remembered when I needed her thigh for a few nights the other party's roughness. Suddenly there is an impulse in my heart. Almost subconscious pacing come behind Su-mu. All of a sudden he hugged Mujin from behind, his warm sleeve-like chest pressed against Su-mu's back, and in a low voice with his cheeks buried in the man's generous back, he said softly, as if he had exhausted all his strength, "Mujin, I like you." Feel the softness of hugging yourself tightly from behind and listen to the words spoken by Kamado Ai. Su-mu was also slightly taken aback. Obviously, I didn't expect Kamado Ijai to make a bold confession. With the contact these days, he has already understood the character of Kamado Ijai. She is a gentle, virtuous, and not very courageous woman. In his impression, it is almost impossible for Kamado Ai to say such a bold confession. Although these days I am getting closer and closer to Kamado Ijai, but obviously each other has scruples and concerns. In Su-mu's mind, perhaps it will take some time before Kamado Kyuiji can completely let go of all this, whether it is in the body or in the heart, but did not expect will be so fast. However, thinking about it, Su-mu didn't find it strange. He was not bad in himself. Especially in terms of height, where the general height is slightly shorter here, his height has an advantage. A tall figure can easily give people a sense of security, especially for women who lack a sense of security. Of course, these are only external. What really determines everything is his presence, just right, appropriate. Arrived when Tanjuro fell ill and passed away, and the Kamado family fell into panic, came when Kamado Ijai was most vulnerable to help and take care of this family. Plus, he has always been gentle. Concern for Nezuko, Tanjiro, and some sweet words for Kamado Ai. Among them, some heartwarming words are scenery that people in this world cannot understand. At least in this era of relatively backward culture, has a strong impact. He took advantage of Kamado Ijai when he was the most fragile, most confused, and most in need of support in his life. Let Kamado Kyuiji quickly fall. Feeling the softness of the back behind her, Su-mu felt a little complacent in her heart. After all, Kamado Kyuiji is definitely an extremely beautiful beauty no matter how she looks at it. And it is the most attractive time in a woman's life, just like a red apple that is about to ripen waiting to be picked. Faced with such a woman's love, the heart will inevitably be complacent, but this trace of self-satisfaction quickly passed by and he suppressed it, because at this moment he also felt the passion of Kamado Ijai. Feel the beating heart of the other person. It is precisely because of this that he needs to be cautious. The other party's sincere feelings made his heart a little heavy. The most unbearable thing is the beauty. But beauty's throwing arms, Su-mu would never launch it, not to mention that the other party is so willing to deliver it physically and mentally. He has never forced women, he cares more about a woman's heart than her body. Now that the other party has already handed over his heart, he will naturally not continue to tease the other party's heart. He turned his head back naturally and hugged Kamado Ijai tightly. As for Kamado Kyuiji, in fact, at the moment when she hugged Mujin from behind, she regretted her impulse, because doing so would undoubtedly pierce the last layer of window paper between herself and Mujin. If rejected, Kamado Aijai really don't know what to do. Although these days, Kamado Kyuji feels that his relationship with Mu Jun is already very close, but he still can't help but feel kicked in his heart. After all, she is not a young girl but a widow, and she is very worried that Lord Mu will despise her because of this. But fortunately, none of this happened. At the moment when Mu Jun turned his head and hugged him tightly, Kamado Kyuji's panting and ups and downs in his heart seemed to disappear all of a sudden. She faintly heard Mu Jun biting her earlobe and whispering something softly in her ear. But at this moment, her body and mind have long been immersed in infinite tenderness, and she has never cared about these things. I just want to hug Jun Mu tightly buried his face in Mu Jun's embrace. Let your heart be a little closer to Mu Jun's heart, a little closer. Beside the fire, a small pot was boiling and the water vapor slowly rose, carrying the scent of food lingering in the room. It's just that the water in it seems to be a little less. Su-Mu took his hand out of the warm clothes and patted Kamado Ijai's back lightly. Kamado Ijai let go of the hands holding him with a rosy face. When the Kamado sunflower branches loosened, Su-Mu scooped up some water and poured it into the small pot. Just now, I was so busy talking to Mrs. Kyuji that I almost boiled the chicken soup dry. Kamado Kyuji's face was rosy and she glanced at the other party with infinite coquettishness, then lowered her head slightly and began to straighten her messy hair. Su-Mu smiled slightly. Go to the door, open the closed door. A slight wind blows over. Blow away a charming smell lingering in the room. Look outside, Tanjuro who just finished training and is coming over. Su-Mu then turned around, glanced at Kamado Kyuji with a charming face and then pointed to the other's chest. The clothes are a little dirty. Kamado Kyuji lowered his head, looked at the messy clothes on his chest and couldn't help but glared at Su-Mu shyly. It's as you wish. Finish immediately began to tidy up in a hurry.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.